Yeah, very good morning and welcome to the Brian Lara Cricket Academy for the final round of action in the West Indies 4-day championships. TNT Red Force versus the Jamaica Scorpions. I am Qadir Mohammed alongside Gordon Pear as we see the cap presentation of a debutant, Kamil Puran, for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. Certainly a very momentous occasion, Gordon, when you represent your country, certainly at this level.
Yeah, good morning to all. Good morning to the whole Caribbean. DRBC Puran, young Puran, not Nicholas, but Kamil Puran receiving his uh, first cap for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. He'll also have a big job to do this morning as the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. They've won the toss with Captain Darren Bravo calling right and selecting to bat first. Kamil Puran, he's going to be opening the batting here. A bit of changes made to the Red Force team as they look to get themselves some points here. The championship may be out of their grasp, but they're playing, when you're playing Jamaica, whether it's football, cricket, or athletics, it's always a big game here. So it's the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force up against the Jamaica Scorpions as they get ready for action. Kadir looking to have a cracker here. The pitch this morning, it looked a pitcher. They're playing on a new strip, just a bit on the western side to the one that have played the previous two rounds of matches. It looks a pitcher, low grass, slightly grass, just at a shortish length, but it's a pitcher here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. Your thoughts, Kadir?
Yeah, definitely. A very good first wicket, our first day's wicket at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. We're not using the same wicket as the previous game. We've gone one wicket to the western side this morning. And of course, it's a brand new wicket, so we expect some early morning moisture. But the sun is out, and having said that, it still looks to be a very good wicket for batting as per at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. Once that sun starts baking down on the surface, it tends to become very flat and very good for batting.
So we see the opening partnership there, Puran and it seems to be Mohan. Yeah, that's going to walk out on the pitch. Of course, one of them making their debut. The opening partnership has been a problem for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force all season long. They'll hope that they get the combination right here today as they go into the final round, the fifth and final round of the CWI 4-day regional tournament. The Jamaican Scorpions, they have trouble of their own. But this morning, it's their bowling that's going to have to do the duty for them here as they get ready for action. Returning to the Trinidad and Tobago squad, we've got back in the Silver, and those coming back from South Africa. They were in the last round, and also Blackwood. He will skip the Jamaican Scorpion team. So we'll give you a bit of the starting lineups for the Trinidad and Tobago team.
Yeah, Trinidad and Tobago is as follows: Darren Bravo, Vikash Mohan, Kamil Puran, Jason Mohammed, Imran Khan, Tion Webster, Joshua De Silva, Brian Charles, Terence Hines, Anderson Phillip, and Shannon Gabriel. So just a couple of changes from the previous game where Shannon Gabriel comes back in. Also Terence Hines, also Kamil Puran, makes a return to the playing 11.
Yeah, for the Jamaicans, they've got Blackwood as the skipper. Jermaine Blackwood. You've got Odin Thomas. He's Odin Thomas, the wicketkeeper. Carlos Brown, Abajai Mansing, if I got that pronunciation correct. Leroy Logger. That's Manquin Minley. Makino Quinn Minley. Tevin Gilzine. Brad Barnes. Just want to make sure that we get the correct starting lineup. Javon Royal. And the wrong of the starting lineups. Green and OJ Shields. So that's the starting lineup for the Jamaica Scorpions, sorry.
So we've got the first delivery. This one has just helped along. Makino mainly starting off for the Jamaica Scorpions, and on strike was Vikash Mohan, able to get off strike first delivery. So he brings the debutant on strike. Kamil Puran to face his first delivery. 3 slips, a gully, backward point, mid off, mid on, mid wicket, and fine leg.
Well, Puran has been scoring runs and runs aplenty in the local domestic league. He's actually demanded a selection by his performances. He looked to follow up here as he faced his first delivery in first-class cricket.
Yeah, certainly likes to get on with things is Kamil Puran. Likes to stay leg side of the ball and he likes to play shots. Very good, potent player through the offside. And he certainly is equally as good on the leg side as well. Just to be a bit calculated, a bit watchful at the start this morning.
Well, he middled that one up to the mid-off region, so that will give him some confidence.
No.
He's in behind it. So he's looking good. He'll have a lot of nervous energy with him there. A very big occasion for the young man. But of course, this is what it's all about. Cricket at the top level.
Yeah, definitely. And we know these both teams are going, they've struggled in this year's 4-day championship. Both teams second to last and last on the table. But definitely it's a good occasion and a good opportunity again for them to sort of get things right. As we see enforcement in the slip region, there's now 4 slips, a gully, and the man from mid-wicket has gone to backward point.
Oh.
Yeah, but he's in behind it and he's definitely middling that one. So he'll get some confidence from that.
Come on, man.
Of course, the Jamaican team, they're up in a full song. This season for them will be very disappointing. If you use a term, you'll say failure to fire. They failed to fire when a lot was expected of them coming into this season. Of course,
No.
in all other versions of the game, the Jamaicans would have reigned supreme in the 50 overs as well as in the CPL T20. So they would have looked to follow up that up with a solid 4-day performance. It was not to be.
Yeah, definitely. Both teams a little bit below par performances this season. But as I've mentioned before, an opportunity for them to sort of get things right this morning. Pitched up delivery and driven through the covers. So
He gets off the mark with a beautiful 4. It was pitched up, slightly over pitch, and leaning into it was Puran.
Yeah, lovely looking shot through that vacant cover region, Kamil Puran. It started to swing, but he was playing with the swing and he was getting his body going with the swing of the delivery. And so he gets off the mark, Kamil Puran, for him of the final delivery. So it's 5 for 5 without loss after the first over here at the Brownlow Cricket Academy. And of course, Vikash Mohan, we know his appetite for big runs as well. Certainly likes applying himself, loves spending time at the crease. And the conditions very good for batting, as I've said, just to weather this early morning moisture that's on the surface. And then from there onwards, as long as you're still there, scoring is going to become a bit easier as the surface would get a bit harder and better for batting. So OJ Shields from the northern end to pick up the attack for the Jamaica Scorpions. So it's 3 slips, a gully, backward point, mid off, mid on, a forward short leg, and a wideish fine leg.
So it's a right-hand batting opening pair for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. Something that we've not really seen all season. We've seen a left-hand, right-hand combination, or probably 2 left-handers.
Yeah, short ball to start with from Shields. He's testing halfway down to see what's in there.
Well, this morning when we look at the pitch, just about halfway down, it was well grass, you know. So you probably the fast bowler probably would have seen that and thinking that, hey, I could probably test him here. Uh, Speaking to the assistant coach, Mr. David Williams, he said at that length you're able to see enough, and if you can't score runs on this wicket, you shouldn't score runs much places else in the world. Yeah, he's there on a length. Ball shaping nicely. Good carry through to the keeper. There we see the umpire just walking down and looking at the crease. As you see the slip cordians, they're chirpy. Of course, the morning of any 4-day tournament. Yeah. Fresh out your bed, whether it's the hotel or your home bed, you're a chirpy fella.
Yeah, lift and delivery just outside off stump from Shields. And he seems to be getting it through at a very good pace as well, OJ Shields.
That's the length he'll definitely want to be at.
Yeah.
So Shields, yeah, his jersey just marked 9, but on the team sheet you have 21. They're outside the off stump, the batter not interested, wide enough that the batter doesn't have to offer a shot.
Yeah, and you know, this is a good opportunity for these two young men, Gordon. We've had our issues with the opening partnerships in previous years. So these two, in some form, they're coming off some runs in the recent club season, the 2-day season and 3-day season in the local cricket. So they are in some form, Vikash Mohan and both Kamil Puran. So this is a very good opportunity for them to sort of get things right in terms of making full use of the opportunity and really addressing the selectors going forward. As we know, this is the final round of games in this year's.
As we see the Trinidad Tobago camp there.
Yeah, as we sort of go forward in the looking forward ahead to the next season now. So these two are definitely a good opportunity for them.
Off the edge, but it races past the man at gully and down to the third man fence for 4. So Mohan there, it was a streaky looking shot, but it was controlled. Edge past the slip region and down to the boundary for 4. So at the end of 2 overs, the TNT Red Force winning the toss and up into bat, they're 9 without loss. As we look at that delivery again, Shields putting it outside the off stump, and he just kept it on. It came off the full face of the bat that was angled, and a race past the slip quadrant and down to the fence for 4.
Yeah, played well. Just took the pace off, took the bottom hand off, so it wasn't aerial at no point in time. And Mohan gets off and running.
As there we see the skipper, Darren Bravo. For him personally, there'll be a lot that he will want to achieve here today. He wants to stake a claim for place in the West Indies team. But it's Mindy who is going to continue. He's continuing from the southern end. He's out wide. That's a beautiful shot. Not a man move. Purana. He just stood. It was a short ball outside the off stump. He just rocked back and crashed it to the offside field. Magnificent shot. So Purana announcing his introduction to the Caribbean and the wider world. So Mindley, he'll be looking to get back at him here. And it's good ball there. Beautiful comeback delivery. Puran will not want to get beside himself. Just looking to whip that one off the legs. Bat first, no real appeal. Kamil Puran, he's been in awesome form this season at domestic level. He's definitely demanded a place in the Red Force starting 11 here. He started well, but he'll need to carry on for much longer.
No.
That's a good delivery there, but he's in behind it. This young man showing good technique. Head is normally quite steady. He's just getting in behind it there as we see the field placing a man just going out there into the mid-wicket region. We've got 3 slips, well 2 slips a gully. A man at point, a man in the cover, a man at mid-off, mid-on, fine leg.
No, wait.
And there's he in behind it again. So Puran looking good this morning. With problems for openers throughout the Caribbean, he'll definitely want, as we see the CPEP crew just crying out environmental upgradings to the area surrounding the Branagh Cricket Academy, which looks a picture here in Aruba, Trinidad. Oh, he's bowled him! It's through the gate. Campbell, Puran, there, Mindley. So that brings an end to his debut. So Puran, look at it again. Pitched up, oh, he went again. It moved away, a beautiful delivery from Mindy really. It was angled in, it straightened on him. And Puran bowled for 8. A sight really for sore eyes for a fast bowler. So the opening batting. And look at it again. Yes, it was pitched. It looked like it was going into the legs. He was driving there. It just shaped away and uprooted the off stump. It was sent cartwheeling. A beautiful delivery. Puran is gone. Bravo walks to the wicket. The captain here, as has become customary for him this season, he's in early. He'll have to face this new ball, and the Jamaican Scorpions, their tails are up. Mindley with a peach of a delivery. Good ear.
Yeah, Kamil Puran just a little bit guilty of playing a bit too attacking there. That was a pitched up delivery, was shaping away, and he had to be conscious of that early morning movement and moisture, and he was just a bit too loose there. And Marquinhos Minley, he usually gets early breakthroughs for the Scorpions. So unfortunate for Kamil Puran as his debut comes to an end. It brings to the crease the captain, Darren Bravo.
So the captain will have to do a bit of a rescue job here. Just about 16 minutes gone on the opening morning of the final round of the 4-day tournament. Trinidad and Tobago with no mathematical chance of lifting the championship.
Yeah, so the end of a successful over for Marquinhos Minley and the Jamaica Scorpions. At the end of 3 overs, it's 13 for 1.
Yeah, successful over there. The ball just shaping away from Puran. He was looking to play an aggressive straight drive. Didn't get to the pitch, and the ball just shaped away. He was playing for the in-swinging angle. It straightened a bit and really cartwheeled the off stump. Mindy really putting the Jamaican Scorpions right into the driver's seat.
Yeah, so OJ Shields again from the northern end. So 3 slips, gully, backward point, cover, mid off. Mid on, short leg, and a fine leg, a short delivery from Shields.
Yeah, earlier on here, she just seemed to be a bit too short outside the off stump. You'd have viewed the pitch and would have seen that he probably could get some joy outside that area there. But thus far, he's not really tempted the batters. They have not really played much at him outside the off stump. And of course, as an opening fast bowler, you want to force the batsman to play as often as possible.
Yeah, just get that ball up a bit, OJ Shields. There is something in the wicket early morning, just like that. And he's getting that ball to shape slightly away from Vikash Mohan. He'd be a little bit more advised to pitch the ball up. There's a lot more for him there than halfway down on the track. Make use of the brand new cherry. Bring those slip cordons into play.
Well, you would have seen from his bowling partner, Mindy, that when he pitched up, something could happen for you. But here he is steaming in. And there he's again just short outside the off stump and a hard length. More of a T20 type length than a 4-day tournament length. Just a length where you just want to prevent the batter from really scoring. It's a bit too wide to interest the batters. Of course, it's the first morning. You want to just see things out. He'll be advised to force the batter to play. Don't get him a chance to get acclimatized to the conditions.
Yeah, wide on the crease this time, trying to get it angling in. But Mohan is very patient. Early on is Vikash Mohan and just watches this one go by. A very good weather again for cricket in the southern part of Trinidad. The sun is out in all its glory.
Yeah, well, down at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy, we've not had any disruptions in the final 3 rounds, the 2 rounds before, the previous 2, inclusive of this morning.
Ball.
That's a no ball there. Just called for overstepping. Seems to be umpire Brathwaite.
Umpire Gregory Brathwaite.
So 2 umpires of the highest caliber here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy.
Of course, standing umpire Gregory Brathwaite, and square leg is Leslie Reeford Jr. Both men out of Barbados.
So it's going to be Shields. There's a full one, just flicked off the legs.
Just a single in it. Mansingh comes around and does the cleaning up. So at the end of 4 overs, it's 15 for 1.
I think there'll be one more ball for the no ball. We'll have 1 ball because there was a no ball.
Just a little bit to you.
Shields just overstepping.
That's 2.
So you would have been hearing through the stump mics. That's 2. So you'll be taking a 2 legs.
Yeah.
That's normally a middle and
Right down
leg.
over. 1 delivery remaining.
For those who don't know the term, that's your guard between the middle and the leg stump. But it's Shields. He's have a nice flowing run up. Bravo just drives it down the ground.
Yeah, caressed really Back pass. Shields is running very close to the boundary. In fact, it's going to beat the man chasing. And Bravo is off and running with a beautiful looking straight drive. Another pitched up delivery and just caressed back past the bowler. And Bravo picks up a 4. So it's 19 for 1 after 4.
Yes, the Trinidad Tobago Red Force is scoring in boundaries. Already 4 fours in that 19 runs. 2 of the bat of Kamil Puran, 1 of Mohan's bat. And Bravo there with a sweetly timed shot. It bisected the two fielders and then it just teased the fielder all the way into the boundary fence. So Bravo is on the mark, off the mark here. Mohan just retaking his guard here as he face up against Minley. Minley would have gotten a wicket in his last over.
Yeah, Makino Minley usually takes early breakthroughs for the Jamaica Scorpions. And of course, he would have had some test experience as well in the tour down under in Australia. Would have played a single test match. Bringing all of that experience to the fore here for his team. And of course, buoyed by that wicket, early wicket of Kamil Puran. So here he's again, Makino Minley. Very good delivery on a good length and angling away from Mohan, inducing a defensive shot that just goes past the edge.
But he seems to be getting the ball to angle in and on pitching just straighten or move away. So he's looking to be a difficult customer here. Mohan just he's settling. He's from the leg side, a loud appeal. And down comes Captain Bravo to have a word with him. Or is it to do some gardening? Just doing a bit of gardening there, prodding the pitch. So what do you think will be going through the minds of the skipper, Darren Bravo, at this point in time, Kadir?
Yeah, just a bat. Beautiful conditions. Just a bat. And just try and keep all the good deliveries, play each ball on its merit. And yeah, just make full use of the conditions here on offer. And of course, he would be encouraging Vikash Mohan to do the same as well. And of course, batting first, they would want to put a respectable score on the board to back that decision up.
Just losing the radar here. You want to follow up that good delivery that he had, that good over that he had the over before with another one here. Thus far, he's just lost his radar, straying down the offside, the onside.
Again, well left by Mohan. So still 3 slips, a gully, backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, and fine leg. Predominantly offside set field for Makino Minley.
Behind it. Well played.
So good delivery to finish over number 5. A maiden one from Minley. Score remains 19 for 1.
So a bit of a cloud cover just engulfing the Brian Cricket Academy here. The sun just leaving us for the brief moments. If you look to the east, seems to have some clouds coming. They look a bit high. The wind is up. As we can see, the Trinidad and Tobago and Jamaica flag. But it's going to be Bravo who's going to face up to Shields here.
Yeah, OJ Shields to continue. Bit indifferent with his lengths so far.
Got it right there, though.
Yeah.
A lot of good shape, though.
Yeah, and that's what he's going to get when he pitches the ball up. He's going to get that little bit of movement. And of course, as you see, a slight cloud cover, as you mentioned. So he's going to get some of the assistance from that as well. Yeah, just too wide on that occasion from Shields. So both of these teams would be coming into this game on the back of losses in the previous round. Of course, the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force went down to the Barbados Pride. And the Jamaica Scorpions, they went down to the Guyana Happy Eagles. This one, Bravo is punching through the vacant cover region. And he's going to jog back for a comfortable 2 runs.
Yeah, both teams seem to be short on form this season. Batting has been the problem, the major problem for both teams. They've not been able to really put together scores on a consistent basis. So they'll want to put that right here. Of course, when Darren Bravo won the toss, he was elated and quickly said, "Yeah, my youth, we're going to bat first." You know, just mimicking Blackwood. And it was a good vibe around the players there. As we see Bravo just doing some gardening. He'll know that personally he'll want to get a good score. As we see the sun returns to the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. So the ground bathed in brilliant sunlight.
Yeah.
Shields really charging in. This time it's through the cover region. A pleasant push.
They didn't try to hit it too hard, Bravo, and they easily come back for 3 runs. So Bravo using all of his timing so far, not trying to overhit those deliveries, just really caressing it. And of course, there's a big open gap in the cover region.
So
That's the middle.
So it's Shields looking to finish things off here. He's up against Mohan. Just pitching a good length, well handled there by Mohan. So that brings the end to the OJ Shields. Over the end of the 6th, the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, after choosing to bat the 24 for 1. And I'm going to welcome Anil. Good morning, Anil. How are you?
Pleasant good morning to you. I'm good, thanks.
The Red Force team this morning, what do you think are going to be their goals as they go into the final round of the CWI 4-day tournament?
Well, having had an excellent start to the tournament, they've tapered off a bit, so they will want to come back very strong against this Jamaica outfit, and try and really assess the conditions here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. And I'm sure Darren Bravo and his entire batting group, they will want to make a statement that they're good enough to play at this level.
Well, there seems to be some birds in the sky there. Not that are the good omen type. You know, the good omen are normally the parrots and what have you, but this time the vulture just circling. Don't know if it's a sign of things to come, but definitely the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force team, they'll want to make a statement. Bravo himself will want to continue to address the selectors as he make a push to get back into the West Indies senior cricket team.
Well, from a cricket point of view, I think he have done tremendously well in addressing the selectors. Whether or not he's going to be selected is another story.
Well, I think he may have done well in a silo because when you look at Alec Artinez and what he has done for the Windward Island, I think he's one who has knocked down the door. He's demanded that he be included, and there's a half picture there from Mindy. Mindley coming around the wicket now. They're just trying to get the ball to angle in.
So McKenna Minley, is no stranger to this West Indies 4-day championship and being, a stalwart. And here we see Mr. Kelvin Williams getting some running repairs from Mr. Pilgrim. Hope that he's fine.
It's Mindy. He's driving it beautifully through the covers and into the boundary fence for 4. A beautiful shot there by Darren Bravo.
Yeah, authentic extra cover drive from Darren Bravo, and what a sight it is indeed to have a look at Darren Bravo. And at this stage of his innings, he's still feeling his way, but when you see a shot of that level of authority from Darren Bravo, you know from the moment that ball left the bat, there's only one way it was going to go and into the boundary. So Darren Bravo continued to prosper here at the Brownlow Cricket Academy. The pitch seems to be in immaculate condition here at the Brownlow Cricket Academy, Gordon.
Yeah, most definitely. It's been but there we see a no ball signal by umpire Reefer. So the problem of no ball continues here in the CWI 4-day tournament.
Well, I know it's not something that you have grown accustomed to yet with these players, Gordon.
It's into the legs, a loud appeal. Unmoved the umpire, and in the meantime, the batters just run through for leg by, signal by the umpire.
Well, McKenna Minley getting that ball to shape into Bravo, and for him to be given out leg before, it has to be pretty adjacent. And not only taking that into consideration with the ball swinging into him, for him to be given out leg before Gordon, that ball will have to be straightening quite a bit in order to to have him plumb in front the 3 sticks.
Well, he's gonna continue back over the wicket to the right-hander, so he's gonna round to the left, over to the right. He's up against Mohan. Mohan is in, just pushing us into the vacant cover area, and they just jog through for a single.
So Vikash Mohan, pretty new to this 4-day championship, only playing his third first-class game. Unfortunately for him, when he made his debut, he was unable to continue. He had a concussion. He had an injury to his hand. The webbing, was severed when fielding. So he's back now.
He'll want to make a statement with his bat. But in the meantime, it's Darren Bravo who's going to face up. The Blackwood just making some fielding adjustments, putting a man at a wideish fine leg and a backward square. So probably the short ball is going to be pulled out.
So Minley bowling with 2 slips at gully, a backward point, short cover, mid on, deep backward square, and a fine leg on the boundary. So I'm sure it's possibly in the future we could see that 2-card trick where he keeps working away in terms of trying to get that ball to shape into Darren Bravo. And as we all know, Darren Bravo has shown that he's not very comfortable against those short rising deliveries. So I'm sure that the Jamaicans, they will be testing him out over a period of time. They will want to possibly get that forward short leg in place and really start having a go at him into that rib area and see what he's made out of.
Yes, most definitely here, as we see pictures of the Brian Lara Cricket Academy here in South Trinidad, Aruba, Trinidad. It's a beautiful facility.
Yeah, excellent day for cricket here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. Everything is poised for an excellent display here.
Well, it's Shields. And then he's bang on target here. Shields hitting some good areas, but Mohan is equal to the task. Vikash Mohan as well has been doing quite well at the domestic level. He's been asked now to carry that form into the regional game. In the first match that he played, well, his second first-class game, but his first one for this season that he played last game, he didn't do so well in the opening position. He'll want to improve on that on this occasion. And just as like that, he's been given. It was a short ball. He just fished at it, a tickle, and going into the hands of the wicketkeeper Thomas, who took a regulation catch really. So Mohan, probably the commentator's curse, he goes for 7. The Trinidad and Tobago Red Force slipped to 31 for 2. Yeah, seemed to be a deflection. He didn't want to turn back to face the umpire.
So Trinidad and Tobago Red Force losing their second wicket. Vikash Mohan being strangled along the leg side, attempting that pull shot and possibly just getting a feather through to the wicket keeper. But at this stage of the innings, Gordon, to me, in my personal opinion, I believe that sometimes these shots are ill-advised with the cherry being at its hardest. You know, sometimes you just need to possibly give yourself a bit more time in terms of getting the pace and bounce of the track. You know, with the new cherry, it will sometimes climb alarmingly at you. So maybe, you know, going forward in the future, you know, the batters might just be well advised to just dock and allow it to go into the wicketkeeper.
Well, it's going to be Jason Mohammed, the experienced Jason Mohammed, who will join Darren Bravo. So the two most experienced batters for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, they join forces here, and they'll try to do a bit of a rescue act for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. Their horrendous problems at the opening position continues as both openers are back in the hutch, not getting into double figures, both of them. And it's going to be Jason Mohammed, his job will be to try and launch a rescue mission here. He's been in reasonably good form.
Well, his right arm over.
Yeah, Jason Mohammed has been a Torah in terms of the middle of Trinidad and Tobago, you know, for a number of years now. And, you know, it's sad to see that both openers have perished, you know, within the first 45 minutes of play. I'm sure it's not the script that, you know, the TNT Red Force batting unit, you know, they would have scripted.
Well, on the opening morning of a 4-day tournament, if you win the toss and you select a bat, you don't want to just under 40 minutes to be 31 for 2. You definitely not wanted that.
But it's perfect batting conditions here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy.
And he's outside the off stump.
Yes, the ball is doing a bit, but it's not going at a, you know, it's not alarming swing or seam at this time. So, you know, you'd expect that the batters are able to really negotiate what is being served up.
I think the biggest disappointment for the two batters is that they were both out playing aggressive shots. Puran driving ferociously at Minley. And then you had Mohan pulling at Shields. So I think that would be their biggest disappointment. Of course, you know, sometimes you just get a ball that is too good, that got your name written all over it. But those two deliveries were deliveries that had the right application been made. You know, I think both batters will go back and think that they should have done a whole lot better in terms of negotiating those two deliveries.
Well, when you play at this level, Gordon, once you make a mistake, more often than not, you are going to pay the ultimate price. And we've seen that with both opening batters on this opening day here at the Brownlow Cricket Academy.
Well, it's going to be Mohammed. He just pulls away. He wasn't ready. A lot of field changing taking place. Field changes taking place. The Jamaican team, they'll be buoyed. They'll come here, they'll be at the foot over the table, and they'll be coming to look to get some points, playing for pride. Of course, a Trinidad Tobago versus Jamaica game, don't matter what the sport, is always filled with national patriotism. Has just flicked off the legs there by Mohammed. Let's see if it's leg by or run. And there's the leg by signal from the umpire. So Mohammed still to get off the mark. But at the end of 8 overs, it's 32 for 2. The Trinidad Tobago Red Force up into bat.
And, you know, when you look at what has transpired in the first 45 minutes of play, Gordon, really and truly, the TNT Red Force batters, they really gifted the opposite, the Jamaicans, you know, 2 wickets, in my opinion. You know, had they been a bit more conservative in their shot play, you know, one would have thought that they would have still, you know, been carrying the fight there for the TNT Red Force.
Well, this Mindy, he's going to be into his 5th over. He's bowled quite well this morning. He's done just what his captain has asked him, which is to pick up the wickets.
And when you look at the composition of the competition in terms of it's of a 5 wrong nature, Gordon. The players themselves mentally are under tremendous pressure to perform because of the fact that you'd possibly get a maximum of 2 games, and if you don't really carry you don't have anything of substance as a batter, you know, you may be tempted, you know, to be on the chopping board. So there's a lot of psychological and mental, you know, pressure on these players.
Well, with sport as with life, the battle may be a physical one, but the result and what you get is mainly a mental and spiritual one. You got to be in the right place mentally to be able to battle and fight through. So you got to put all the distractions behind you. As Mohammed settles into his stance, a nice compact one. He's pitched up and he's just pushing it back up the offside of the pitch.
So it's clear that the Jamaican team, bowler Minley, he's looking to nick off Jason Mohammed. He's allowing that ball to do whatever it can in terms of pitching it up, looking for that swing or seam, you know, that would be able to defeat Jason Mohammed. So he's working. The plan is clearly to try and nick him off. So Minley bowling with 3 slip, a backward point, a cover, extra cover, a short mid-off, a mid-on, deep backward square, and a fine leg. So I'm sure at some stage Minley will have a go at some short deliveries at Jason Mohammed.
He'll get probably 1 or 2. You want to keep it as a surprise ball, as we see Joshua De Silva there. He'll probably be looking to come in shortly. He's not padded up though. Yes. Well played there, just getting forward there, Mohammed. Ball going out to the middle of region.
So Millie trying to get that outswinger going, but just pitching it up a tad too full there, allowing Jason Mohammed the opportunity to just lean on that delivery. And what a lovely off drive. Had he pierced that gap there at mid-off, that would have sped away.
So Mindy.
Mainly back of the length here, hitting some hard links here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. Jason Mohammed equal to the task. Just rocks onto the back foot and punches it out to cover point. There's absolutely no run on this occasion. But at the end of over number 9, Trinidad and Tobago Red Force winning the toss here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. They are 32 for 2 with both openers back in the shed. Kamil Puran making his debut, playing 2 exquisite shots at the beginning of his innings. Unfortunately for him, he wasn't able to carry on for any extended period of time. You know, playing an exquisite cover drive and an authentic cut shot during his short stay at the crease.
Well, it's going to be Shields continuing from this, the northern end, the media center end. He's up against Darren Bravo. Bravo just waiting for some changes in the field as they take over one of the slips and put him into a cover position just to provide some cover in the cover area. As we know, the Darren Bravo quite strong through the offside pitch.
So skipper Jermaine Blackwood ringing the changes here, getting that extra cover in position.
Just turning it off the legs is Bravo, and they jog through for a quick single.
So that single takes Darren Bravo onto 14.
14 from 14, he's going as a runner ball.
So the Jamaicans, they would be very, very pleased indeed with what has transpired thus far here, prying out 2 important wickets here at the start of this 4-day contest between Jamaica and the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force team.
You want to get a couple more. Oh, the ball definitely shaping away there.
So both Shields and Minley, they're really taking the ball up and allowing it to do whatever work it can off the pitch.
Yeah, that looked like a bit of a swipe at the ball.
I think Jason Mohammed was possibly more surprised than anything else, Gordon, from Shields with that delivery being so much pitched up. It's more of a half volley length.
Shields, this time he's just shortening, a bit of a French cut.
So Jason Mohammed trying to get onto the back foot, but that ball is just shaping back a tad and hitting the inside edge. That ball could have gone on to hit the leg stump there, but fortunately for Jason Mohammed, it scoots past the leg stump and there's no damage done. So that single takes the score on to 34 for 2, and Jason Mohammed scores his second run here this morning. Shields hitting those hard links again. Darren Bravo rocks into the back foot, plays it out quietly out to that backward point region. It's no run, and the score is kept at 34 for 2. So Shields bowling with 2 slip a gully, a backward point, extra cover, mid off, a short mid on, forward short leg, and a conventional fine leg. Wayward delivery from Shields, way down the leg side. Darren Bravo just allows it to go into the mid of Thomas.
He was trying for that short delivery there, not getting his radar right, just going down the leg side. Of course, it's a ploy that they all try throughout the Caribbean and the world when they see Darren Bravo coming to bat, that short ball, as you see the man coming in at the forward short leg position. And there he just pulls that one away, a long chase around. Is he going to get it? No, he just misses out as the ball going to the boundary fence for 4.
So she is trying to go for that booming in swinger to Darren Bravo, but Darren Bravo got into position quite nicely and worked that ball through that square leg position. It goes into the boundary. That boundary takes Darren Bravo onto 18. It does take the TNT Red Force score onto 38 for 2 after 10 overs. So just about 1 hour's play here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. What do you make of this first 50 minutes of play, Gordon?
Well, it was an interesting 15 minutes. You know, the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, as we see some of the birds that are around who seem to have found a new home there in the lights. In the first 15 minutes, you saw the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force trying to be positive. The 2 new openers in Kamil Puran and Vikash Mohan, they were a bit aggressive. Puran playing the way he likes to, but in the end he was bowled by a beauty by Mindley, looking to play a booming straight drive. And then you saw Mohan not too long after just gloving one through. It seemed to be a glove or just a feather of an edge through to the keeper. So both batters, they'll be disappointed as we see a change in the bowling at the southern end. We see looking to take up the bowling for Jamaica is Royal. So Java Royal, who's going to take up the bowling. Of course, many may remember Royal in the CPL for his jigs and celebrations.
So Royal getting his first opportunity here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy from the southern end. And he's going to be bowling to Jason Mohammed. He's going to be bowling with a slip, a backward point, short cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. But there's going to be a change here. There's going to be a cover and a short extra cover as well. So two catching. So the mid-off is now asked to go a bit wider. So Javan Royal, he will be looking to take this ball away from Jason Mohammed. But we just have to wait and see if there's any spin on offer at this early stage.
A bit of excitement in the closing fielders. Royal.
So Javan Royal, not a big spin off the ball, Gordon, more someone who will, you know, try to vary his pace, possibly go wide of the crease, closer to the stumps, and, you know, try and get that arm ball working for him.
His left arm. Yeah, that ball just flicked off the legs. They'll jog through for an easy single.
So all 2 deliveries thus far is balls that are really just coming in with their arm to the right-hander.
So we'll see what he does with his 4th delivery.
So Darren Bravo will want to continue in that rich vein of form that he is, you know, is in at the moment, having come off, you know, really good innings in the last game against Guyana.
Oh! A lot of excitement there behind the stumps as that one is left alone. The Jamaican Scorpions will know that this partnership is very important.
None, love.
They know that they want to break this partnership get rid of either one of these two. Captain Bravo will try to prevent this.
None love, love. Sweet Leroy.
So Darren Bravo rocking onto the back foot there, trying to pierce that gap between a backward point and extra cover, but some excellent fielding. And at the end of the 11th over, TNT Red Force winning the toss and batting here at the Brownlow Cricket Academy. They are 39 for 2.
So it seems like it's going to be pace on this end. Will continuing for Jamaica. It's going to be green. Deval Green. He's going to be bowling right arm over the wicket.
So are you a bit surprised that after 5 overs that Milne was removed from the attack, Gordon?
Yeah, most definitely, you know, when you think that you see that they added points for bowling fast bowlers, if they get with etc., I would think that you just want to continue because the fast bowling pair have definitely shown that they are getting something. There's something in the wicket for them. You know, the 2 wickets would have come not so much by the greatness of the deliveries, but probably loose shots. But you're still seeing a good shape and movement of the wicket. So you want your faster bowlers to probably continue. But I guess the team plan for the Jamaican Scorpions is to manage the bowling load.
Well, what I'm really impressed with from the Jamaican bowlers is that they really not hit the ball into the pitch. They've really taken every advantage they can in terms of trying to pitch this ball up, because there is, you know, some evidence of live grass on the pitch, so that will definitely assist. And you're not seeing where the bowlers are just spraying it around, you know, 90-95% of the deliveries. They are asking the batters to play, and once the batters are asked to play, then all the modes of dismissal in terms of going to the keeper, bowl long, LBW, all those modes of dismissal does come into play, Gordon.
Yeah. They've got 2 slips. In behind it there, Mohammed. He's gotten everything in behind it. A good opening over here from Green.
And that's what you want to see from your fast bowlers, that they're backing up what the opening bowlers have done, you know. And Durval Green getting right into his work immediately here, not giving anything away to the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force batters.
Yeah, he's found a nice rhythm here. A nice place on the spot there. Chest on and about off stump. You know, just forcing the batter to come forward, and he just at the plate because it's not you're not going to get to the pitch of it. Nice hard length, allowing the ball as well to shape away.
So Jason Mohammed, a model of concentration here for him. This ball is pitched up just about on middle stump. Jason Mohammed possibly guilty of playing across his pads there. Unfortunately, fortunately for him, that, you know, he got contact with the bat and it goes out to that mid-wicket region. There's absolutely no run. So at the end of over number 12, TNT Red Force winning the toss here at the Brownlow Cricket Academy and batting their 39 for 2 with both Kamil Puran and Vikash Mohan back in the hutch.
Well, as Javon Royal takes the bowling up at the southern end, I'm going to reintroduce Kadir Mohammed. He's going to take the place in the commentary booth.
So it's going to be Java Royal. Just short of a length, yeah. And Bravo rocks into the back foot, plays it stylishly out to extra cover. There's no run. So Javan Royal is coming over the wicket. I'd like to say a pleasant good morning to Kadir Mohammed. Good morning to you, Kadir.
Yeah, good morning, Anil. Good morning again, viewers. 39 for 2 is where we are at this stage. Both openers back in the pavilion. And it's a sort of a repair job for the experienced duo of Darren Bravo and Jason Mohammed. Like so many times this season, these two sort of have to pull off a rescue act for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force.
Javan Royal tight on that off stump line. Nothing Bravo could do with that delivery other than just push it out to that short and mid-wicket position.
I'm a bit surprised with Royal being introduced so early into proceedings. Are you a bit surprised on it?
I am a bit surprised. I thought that Mikeno Minley possibly would have gone on possibly for one more over this morning, but the skipper...
Blackwood, Jermaine Blackwood.
Skipper Jermaine Blackwood, he's possibly seeing something that we are not acquainted with and decided that this is the way he wants to go.
Yeah, I thought I was offering something this morning for the Pacers, and it still is though. But Java Royal has completed 2 overs and 2 maiden overs, and at the end of that, it's going to be drinks on the first morning of this final round of games at the Brownlow Cricket Academy. We take a short break and we come back with you very shortly. Yeah, so we're getting ready for play after the drinks break of the West Indies 4-Day Championship. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force up against the Jamaica Scorpions. Trinidad winning the toss this morning and electing to bat first. Score at the drinks break 39 for 2. Both batsmen out, both openers, Kamil Puran, the debutant, and Vikash Mohan. And Deval Green to pick up the attack from the northern end. Ball just the one over. Maiden one. Pitched up delivery, some swing on offer.
So Doval Green is getting a bit of shape here at the Brownlow Cricket Academy, and when you look at what's transpired in the first hour, the Jamaican bowlers, they're giving the ball every opportunity to swing, and with that short delivery in their armory, they will always want to keep the batters honest by not trying to allow them to come forward and negate that swing too early.
And this one is pulled away by Mohammed, and just a single as Mansingh on the fine leg boundary does the fielding.
So Doval Green going short there, but not really getting that ball to climb to that height where it's uncomfortable for the likes of Jason Mohammed. He just pivoted on one leg and it raced down to that fine leg position, but it's only going to be a single. So that single takes the score on to 40 for 2. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force winning the toss and batting here at the Brownlow Cricket Academy. That single takes Jason Mohammed on to 3. But it brings the informed skipper of the TNT Red Force, Darren Bravo, into strike. He's on 18 from 26 deliveries, just about a run a ball here, which is an excellent strike rate in a 4-day contest.
Yeah, taking every opportunity to score Darren Bravo, which is the right approach. And this one, he's taking the edge and he's out, caught in the slip. Green strikes from around the wicket, caught by Jermaine Blackwood. And a big fish of Darren Bravo. He has to go for 18. The TNT Red Force 40 for 3.
Yes, the Doval Green really coming to the party here at the Brownlow Cricket Academy. This one pitching and leaving Darren Bravo. Darren Bravo is just poking at that delivery there. And it goes to second slip.
Yeah, a bit disappointed is skipper Bravo. Felt like he could have left, but then with the angle, that ball coming back in, felt like he had to play.
Yeah, that ball shaping back into him and left him at the last moment. But skipper Jermaine Blackwood took a smart catch, moving to his left there at that second slip position. The TNT Red Force really under the pump here at the Brownlow Cricket Academy. Good to see some excellent bowling from the Jamaica Scorpions seamers.
Yeah, definitely. They've been on the money, the Scorpions, in this first hour of play. Pitching the ball up and extracting whatever movement is on offer.
And I must admit that these Jamaica seamers, they do have some very good skill sets as well. And they're using the pitch, to its fullest, extracting whatever swing or seam is on offer. And what makes it even more challenging is that they are consistently challenging the edges, both the inside and outside edges of the bat.
Yeah, which is a clear indication that they're willing to pitch it up and willing to get that bit of movement on offer. So it's Tion Webster, another one of those young batsmen who has gotten quite a few starts in this competition and just not yet able to go on and get a big score.
Well, if the time is right, it's going to be now, Kadiru, because Tion Webster, we know how talented this young man is. And he's got some starts during the course of the season. But I think for himself and the TNT Red Force, they will really want him to come good, in this game.
Yeah, most definitely. Deval Green with his tail up, back from over the wicket. 2 slips and a gully. This one is lined on the stumps and well defended by Webster. But Green is getting this ball to shape away from the right-handers.
Well, it's not a heavy layering of grass on the pitch. It's not a heavy layering of grass on the pitch, but it's just enough grass there for the seamers to work with. And I'm sure the seamers would have identified that between 4.5, 5 meter range where they could consistently pitch the ball, and get whatever shape is on offer.
Yeah. And they've done that to the full extent this morning. Another back of a leg delivery, and the Webster defense in the offside. So the end of a successful over for Green. At the end of 14 overs, it's 40 for 3.
So skipper Jim and Blackwood would be, the happy of the campers in this game thus far, having prior 3 wickets of the TNT Red Force team, and more importantly, the skipper himself, Darren Michael Bravo, back in the shed. That's going to give the Jamaican Scorpions a lot of impetus in terms of their bowling. But I must admit, they've also been well backed up by the fielders as well. Skipper Jim Blackwood taking a really good catch to get rid of Darren Bravo in the previous over. I really love to see, possibly the reintroduction of Minley back into the attack now that Tian Webster, has stride out to the middle. What's your thoughts on possibly bringing back McKinnon Minley, just maybe for 2 overs or so?
Yeah, definitely. I would have been tempted to bring back the seamer from that southern end. Just the fact that it's still something in the pitch for the Pacers. Royal, however, is
Well, it seems like Jovo Royal, his rule really is to just try and plug one end up, and allow the seamers, to attack from the other end.
yeah. But having said that, I think it's a bit early to start plugging up one end when in truth and reality you could be attacking from both ends.
Well, what the TNT Red Force would not want to do is give wickets to the likes of Jovo Royal, because then you'd be opening up both sides of the wicket in terms of as a batting unit. So it's important that we try and get scoring opportunities from the likes of Java Royal.
Yeah. Royal is very tight. He's wicket to wicket. Java Royal is under. He's always asking questions. He's at you.
He just seems to be one of those bowlers that get that drift into the right hander away from the left hander.
Yeah, he's always zoning in on those front pads. As Jiva Royal gets through his overs quickly as well. Of course, that doesn't help. He's not letting the batsmen settle.
So I'd like to say a special good morning to Mr. Richard Ramkisoon, Christopher Ramser, and all those guys at Central Sports.
Done. Well done, Shield.
Driven back up by Mohammed. Can't beat the middle fielder, and at the end of another maiden over, the score remains at 40 for 3. And Anil, at this stage, the Jamaica Scorpions camp would definitely be the happy of the two teams. Losing the toss and being asked to bowl first, and the bowlers immediately responded by pitching the ball up, putting the ball in the right areas, and picking up 3 crucial wickets.
Yeah, definitely the Jamaica Scorpions, they're in the driver's seat here at the Brala Cricket Academy in this 4th round, the final round of the 4-day championship. Both teams here, Trinidad and Tobago, just 1 spot above of Jamaica. So a lot of pride to play for both the TNT Red Force and the Jamaican Scorpions. And the Jamaican Scorpions in this first session, they've put their hands up.
Yeah. TNT Red Force really require a partnership at this stage. One that hopefully can take them through to lunch without any further loss. I'm sure that's the thinking from the camp at this stage.
But TNT did make a couple changes this morning. Jed Gooley and Carrie Pierre being left out. The likes of Terrence Hines and the evergreen Shannon Gabriel back into the team.
Yeah, Kamal Puran made his debut as well this morning.
And what a proud moment for this young man, Kanal Puran, who represents the Central Sports with distinction. Getting his opportunity here to make his debut in his first class debut, and I'm sure, he would possibly replay that innings maybe over and over. And I'm also, want to say that he will take a lot of heart from the fact that he was able to get out there, and hopefully he could do justice to the opportunity given.
Yeah. Well, I know that you're someone who's very familiar with Kamil Puran, plays for your team that you coach, Central Sports. And knowing the young man, he likes to get after the bowling, loves the field ball on bat, scores very quickly. But what was his thoughts leading up to this game, knowing that he would have been in the 11 and opening the bat? And what would have been his thoughts?
Well, I'm sure, as we all know, he's a very confident young man, Kamil Puran, and he believes in his ability. So those are ingredients that, will allow him to be successful.
Trevor Straight can't beat Mansing, and no ball signal by umpire Gregory Bathwaite.
So the third no ball of this morning's play. And it's not something you want to see at this level, could you? Because had that ball taken the edge, it goes to the keeper or the slip, then it would have been a wasted delivery. You really want to try and get something behind the line. The line belongs to the umpire.
Yeah. I think that's something we've seen. A bit of a yes, no. And eventually the throw came, but Mohammed got back in his crease. A bit of miscommunication between Webster and Mohammed.
Well, on this occasion, that ball was traveling a bit too quickly, but Jason Mohammed, sensing the danger, immediately sent back Tian Webster. So a bit of a miscommunication from both batters, but thank God no damage was done for the TNT Red Force.
Yeah.
But again, excellent awareness from the fielder at that mid-wicket position. Pick up and release that throw very, very quickly indeed.
Screen again, fuller length, and Webster with a big booming drive. No connection made.
And that what makes this opening spell from these Jamaican seamers very impressive indeed. They are allowing that ball to swing. They're pitching it up, asking these TNT Red Force batters, if you want to try and take us on in terms of trying to hit through the cover region, then if you don't get close enough, you could find yourself being nicked off.
Yeah. Again, this one is on the line of the stumps.
But it's no secret, Tian Webster is a youngster who loves to see the ball traveling to the boundary. So it's going to take a lot of mental in terms of how he plays. Tian Webster, he needs to be mentally strong to overcome this period of play. So it's all about situational cricket at this stage, could you?
Yeah, definitely the opponent's on top. And you don't want to be giving your wickets away. You want to stay tight and compact at this stage and really keep your wickets intact.
Well, having won the toss, the TNT Red Force team, they would want to go to lunch for no further loss, possibly 75, 80 for 3. Wouldn't be a bad day's morning's work for them. But Jamaica, they are relentless. Their bowlers are relentless.
Bowling.
Yeah. So, Javot Royal continues into his fourth over this morning. And he's been tight. Aperituno just the one slip, a forward short leg.
But Jovan Royal has been tighter than the economy. He's giving absolutely nothing away. And he's asking, more importantly, he's asking the batters. He's bringing in the batters on the front foot. He's honing in on those sticks.
Yeah. Zoning in on those pads is Chiva Royal. So the one slip, backward point, cover, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. And the man out at deep backward square. There's also a forward short leg as well. A lot of chatter from the Jamaica Scorpions. This one is lined on the leg stump. And Mohammed has to go, a fall shot induced. And Royal celebrates Durval Green takes the catch out at the deep backward square position, and the Red Force slip into further trouble. They are 41 for 4.
And that's one of the key components. Their building pressure was Jova Royal. Jason Mohammed trying to seize on that opportunity to score that ball angling down the leg side. Unfortunately for him, he didn't get over that ball, and it just spooned that catch to Duval Royal at that short backward square position. And there goes Jason Mohammed. So TNT Red Force slide further here at the Branla Cricket Academy, losing their 4th wicket inside the first hour and a half here at the Branla Cricket Academy. It brings out wicketkeeper Joshua Da Silva out to the middle.
Yeah, a bit too much wickets this morning. Wickets falling in clusters, really. And at 41 for 4, the Jamaican Scorpions are really on top of things here. And the thing is that the Red Force, they won the toss and choose to bat first. And
So I'm telling you that they wouldn't be a happy camp at this stage, knowing that they wanted to seize that opportunity, to bat and bat for a very long time in this contest. But it hasn't gone according to the script for the TNT Red Force. But with seasoned campaigners in Tian Webster and Joshua De Silva, hopefully they could carry the fight to the Jamaica Scorpions.
hands on head movement as this one goes through the legs of the forward short leg. And Royal in business. We were just speaking about Anel. If it was the right decision to bowl him from that southern end, is taking into context what has happened with the seamers. But he's really paid dividends. This one, De Silva is cutting a bit dangerously. He's going to get a boundary for it, though a bit tricky in the end, I would say. But he is off and running with a boundary.
So Joshua De Silva taking that ball off the stumps there and back-cutting that ball into the boundary for 4. That shot will do him the world of good. Now, it's a shot that we haven't seen much Kadir in recent times, that back cut, especially when the bowlers are bowling very tight line. You need to be able to execute that back cut. And it's something that Coach David Williams was alluding to, that he's not seeing enough of that shot at this level. It's a shot that could release the pressure when you have bowlers bowling in tandem, and more importantly when they're trying to stitch a number of dot balls as well as a bowling partnership.
Yeah, I'm for that, but at the end of the day, you don't want to be playing those shots and giving your wickets away. That one was mightily close to off stump. This one, Webster is crunching this one through the cover region, and he too gets a boundary. So it's a 49 for 4.
So Durval Green pitching that ball up again to Tian Webster. But that's a majestic cover drive from the young man. And just look at the manner in which he executed was to perfection. So that will do his world of confidence. And we all know how talented a youngster is Tian Webster. And one will hope that, he will move from strength to strength, in this innings.
Yeah, good opportunity for him in early. Is Webster, so he has some time to bat. He has some time to see off this onslaught by the Jamaican bowlers.
So Durval Green coming back really well, going back to basics there, honing on that 4th, 5th stump line there and asking Tian Webster, to play out those deliveries.
Yeah, definitely. But I'm with you on that point, Anil. Just to release the pressure from the spinners, that back cut. But I'm saying it needs to be something well thought of, and it mustn't be a bit too risky. It must be calculated, and it must not be something that you slightest thing and you go wrong and you give your wicket away. On this occasion, De Silva making good connection.
But it has been a shot that he has really perfected over the period of time. So it's a shot that he backs himself, to play. So I'm not surprised at all that he is taking it on very early in his innings.
So it's 49 for 4. Green with another pitch to delivery, and this one Webster is working through the vacant mid-wicket area, and he's going to get another boundary. Is Tian Webster, and with that the 50 comes up. 53 for 4. And Green pitching up this one and not really getting that much swing. A bit straighter and clipped off by Webster.
So Webster just using the angle given by Durwell Green there. Durwell Green going wide of the crease, trying to angle that ball into the stumps. But Tian Webster, what a wonderful player he is. He just used his wrist and caressed that through mid-wicket, and it raced away into the mid-wicket boundary for 4. So that takes the TNT Red 4 score onto 53 for 4, and that takes Tian Webster onto 8.
So no change in the field for that delivery. Field remains the same. 2 slips, a gully, backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and fine leg.
So Durwell Green pitching that ball up again, but Tian Webster stylishly into line and plays it back to the bowler. So what is required now is for both Joshua De Silva and Tian Webster to put the pressure back onto the Jamaica Scorpion bowlers.
Yeah, definitely. And this one is just straightening a bit and stifled appeal. The end of a good over from Green, a over in which Webster was able to get 2 boundaries.
So clearly that ball was sliding along the leg side from Durwell Green. So at the end of the over, it's 53 for 4. Tian Webster is on 8. And Joshua De Silva is on 4. But it's going to be Jova Royal to continue from the southern end.
Yeah, it's Royal again. Field remains the same. 1 slip, backward point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and the deep backward square. Forward, short leg in as well. And this one, De Silva is back cutting again, and he's going to pick up another boundary, is Joshua De Silva.
So when you're able to execute the back cut with that level of proficiency, as Joshua De Silva is executing there, you know as a bowler, once you miss your line, right, you're going to be ticked off. And Joshua De Silva showing exactly why, he's such a quality player, not just at the regional level, but at the test level as well, taking advantage of Jova's Royal delivery outside the line of the off stump.
Yeah. So, as you mentioned, as he gets a bit too straight, Joshua De Silva is going to play that shot. So just playing on the mind of Jova Royal. So he has to pitch it up a bit more now.
So what basically he has done, Joshua De Silva, is asking Jova Royal now to change his line, possibly bowl a bit straighter, more on middle and leg rather than middle off stump, middle and off.
Yeah.
This ball is worked out to mid-wicket.
Yeah, mid-on and mid-off up. So if he tosses it up, De Silva might fancy his chances going off. And this one he's employing the sweep, but Green is going to come around, and they're pushing for 2, and eventually they get there in the end. Good running, aggressive running by the pair of Webster and De Silva.
So Jovan Royal just straying down outside the line of the leg stump. Joshua De Silva just caressed that ball. He didn't try to overhit it, just used the angle and got it fine enough where he was able to get a breeze.
So at the end of 19 overs, it's 59 for 4.
And tell you what, Jovan Royal was going 4 overs without a run scored. Actually, the over before he got a boundary, but in this over he went for 6. So now we're seeing that level of intent from Joshua De Silva, in that he's not going to allow the likes of Royal to just come and wheel away, and then they are attacking relentlessly from the pavilion end with the likes of Duval Green. So it's great to see that Joshua De Silva, and Tian Webster is taking the attack back to the Jamaica Scorpion bowlers.
Yeah, just to apply back some pressure and try to build some momentum as we push into the luncheon interval on day 1.
So just about half an hour into this morning session left. So Duval Green hitting those hard lengths. Tian Webster stylishly goes onto the back foot, plays it out to mid-wicket. There's no run. Score is kept on 59 for 4. Joshua De Silva, he's on 10, and Tian Webster 8. Duval Green into his 5th over. 1 wicket for 10 runs. So he has done extremely well for the Jamaican Scorpions, and I'm sure skipper Jermaine Blackwood, would be very pleased with his morning's work.
This one is lined outside leg stump and helped along, and a slip long there. Oh, man on the fine leg boundary, it just goes through, and Webster picks up another boundary.
So this delivery from Duval Green, angling into Tian Webster, he just used his subtle wrist and it raced down to fine leg. Unfortunately for the fieldsman there down at that fine leg position, he was unable to hold it in, and another boundary goes to Tian Webster. So that takes him on to 12. It takes the score on to 63 for 4. And a mini recovery from the TNT Red Force, with both Tian Webster and Joshua De Silva, getting some boundaries in the last 15 minutes here.
Yeah. We've put on 22. So far, the appeal is going up. Umpire Gregory Brathwaite shakes his head in, probably saying that it's sliding down a bit.
Well, I'd really love to see the replay. In comes Duval Green to Tian Webster. And that must be very, very close indeed. Tian Webster was guilty of playing around his front pads there. So he might be very well advised by Joshua De Silva to play a bit straighter, possibly try and get that ball long to mid-on, rather than trying to get it into the acreage of space or into that square leg region. Tian Webster just seems to be ruffled a bit here by Duval Green.
What Green is doing well, though, is that he's getting that ball to go away, and he's also looking to get that one to straighten out, hold its line, which is sort of playing on the mind of Webster. He knows that Green is trying to probably attack his pads, so he's a bit mindful of that.
Well, I think Tian Webster should recognize by now, once Duval Green goes wide of the crease, he's angling the ball into him. And when he goes closer to the stump, that's the one that he's trying to hone in into the pads. So just the variations of Duval Green just seems to be playing on the minds of Tian Webster. He just have to be careful. He'll have to try and weather the storm that Duval Green is producing at this time.
Yeah, Green into his 5th over, 1 delivery short of it.
So I'm sure it's not going to be long before we see the return of Mikeno Minley from this pavilion end, but this is full and wide outside the off stump, climbing after it passes the batsman. So Duval Green still, going at a rate of knots here.
At the end of 20 overs, it's 63 for 4. Wide one, thrown outside, just to tease Webster into playing that big booming drive.
So still a lot of cricket to play here at the Brown Cricket Academy. 70 overs still remaining in day's play. And the last wicket to fall was Jason Mohammed, caught Green, bowl Jovan Royal at that short backward square position. So Jamaica doing extremely well in prying out 4 TNT Red Force batters here at the Brown Cricket Academy within the first session of play.
Yeah, excellent work so far from the Scorpions. Again, De Silva is looking to paddle this one down the leg side. Doesn't make proper connection. And no run.
So Joshua De Silva, he has had his problems sweeping as well, so he might be very well advised to be very, very meticulous when executing.
Bit too close to cut.
So trying to execute that back out again is Joshua De Silva looking at every opportunity to score here.
Yeah, this one just looked a bit too full.
No, goalie.
Yeah, Royal back on spot.
Ball time, ball
So
time.
Jovan Royal is being asked to do, the hard miles, as we would say. Yeah, he's being used as a stock bowler here by the Jamaica Scorpions. Asked by German Blackwood to try and plug up one end,
Ball.
while he takes the opportunity to attack with the seamers from the pavilion end. So a very good leadership here from German Blackwood, not attacking on both sides of the wicket, allowing the seamers to do the bulk of that, and Jovan Royal doing that holding role.
Mano, mano.
Yes, no. They're able to come through for comfortable single in the end. The end of 21, it's 64 for 4.
So TNT Red Force winning the toss here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy and taking first strike. Both Kanal Puran and Vikash Mohan perishing in very quick time. Kanal Puran looked extremely well during his short stay. Unfortunately for him, he was bowled by a peach of a delivery from McKinley Minley between bat and pad. Vikash Mohan trying to take on the short delivery. He was strangled down the leg side. Darren Bravo got a peach of a delivery. That ball from Durval Green shaping into him and left it at the last moment. Skipper German Blackwood taking a specky at second slip. And the last wicket to fall, Jason Mohammed sweeping at Jovan Royal and holding out at that. So just as we had predicted, Kadir McKinnon Minley is back into the attack. So it's clear that skipper Julian Blackwood will be using his seamers from the pavilion end and asking Jova Royal to plug that southern end.
Yeah, so it's Minley back from the northern end, switching sides as he started proceedings from the southern end. But it's clear too, though, that the Jamaica Scorpions, they want another wicket before the lunch and interval.
Well, McKinley Minley, he's there.
And we see man's best friend is taking a stroll onto the pitch. Luckily for him, the ball is not struck in his area. Able to just shrug across.
So McKinley Minley, have a proven track record at the regional level. So it's important for German Blackwood, to bring him back at this critical juncture of the game. With just about 20 minutes to lunch. So it means to say he possibly will bowl 2, going into this lunch and interval. And if Minley or any one of the Jamaican Scorpion bowlers were to proud another weekend, it will really open the floodgates where this TNT Red Force batting lineup is concerned.
This one is getting a bit big on the silver.
Yeah, so getting that ball to climb is McKinley Minley. Joshua De Silva doing really well in getting that top hand of the bat and not allowing that ball to compress against the handle of the bat, which is very painful indeed.
A slight change in the field. Man from mid-wicket is going out on the mid-wicket boundary. Well, Minley is just signaling to him to get a bit squarer. He's going out to a sort of a deep backward square position. No ball signaled by the umpire. So this no ball issue, it's really affecting our seam bowlers. And we had quite a few when Guyana Happy Eagles played in the previous game. We had quite a few from a debutant as well in Javier Spencer. So it's something that is plaguing the fast bowlers. It's something that needs to be looked at this level. I think it's just not so recurring too often.
Well, possibly in the case of Minley, possibly just striving for that extra yard apiece, and going over the front line. But if it's happening on a consistent basis, then definitely it has to be looked at the coaching staff in order to eliminate it, because from this stage there's only there's one other step, and that's at the highest level. So you'll want to eradicate all those little issues before you go on to the next stage.
Yeah, unforced errors, as this one is on the line of the leg stump and just flicked out to the man posted on the deep backward square boundary. So the silver gets a single.
So it's clear now that Mackinnon Minley, he wants to get both these batters out by playing across the front part. That's why he's entrusted that fielder at the deep backward square position. It allows him the luxury to bowl a lot straighter, and if he's able to get that bowl or LBW decision, it will be vindicated in the manner in which he's doing it.
Just like that, full and straight from Minley.
So what Minley has basically done is give himself that extra protection that's required for him to bowl, wicket to wicket.
Yeah. So essentially there's no one catching on the leg side. So there's a lot of acreage which would definitely be playing on the mind of Webster.
Well, he's definitely done that deliberately.
Pushing for two. No chance of it. Good call in the end. Just a single to finish off the Mackinnon Minley over.
And just to go back with deploy by Mackinnon Minley, Kadir, what he's done is he's opened up that mid-wicket area. So he's asking the batters now, I'm bowling full and straight. And if the ball does anything, it could either go to slip, they could either be bowled or get like before. So he's opened up their eyes and asking them, if you want to go through mid-wicket, you're free to do so, but do it at your own risk.
Yeah. Yeah, I like that ploy. At your own risk. Just encouraging you to play around your front pad.
So very interesting indeed. It's the first time during Tian Webster's inning that he's going to be facing Jova Royal.
Yeah, Royal 6 overs, 1 for 11 so far. And Webster too is pulling out the back cut and picking up another boundary. So looking to pounce on anything short and wide from Royal. And these two are doing it superbly well so far.
Short and wide from Jova Royal. And Tian Webster didn't need another invitation to back up that ball into the two-man region for another boundary. So the partnership now is building really nicely here for the TNT Red Force. It's just about 26 at this stage of the innings, but the TNT Red Force think tank, they would definitely want both these batters to at least now go to lunch without any further loss. And he's playing a lovely on drive. He wouldn't get a run, but it's great to see that he's playing the ball in the V's and not trying to access that square leg region where he has to actually play across his front pad to get that ball in that region.
This time he's looking to bludgeon the ball. He's going to get a single. Halfway stopped by Minley. In fact, it goes through for 4. So a lot of power from Tian Webster. Minley trying to affect the fielding. Can't haul it in. Yeah, just deflecting it. And it goes for 4.
So Tian Webster, not something that we've grown accustomed to see, to witness at this level, where the batters are prepared to go down the track. But Tian Webster did that really well.
Yes.
Yeah, so far so good for Webster and De Silva. Partnership with 34.
But I'm sure skipper Jermaine Blackwood, he would be very concerned now that the bowlers are they're bowling boundary balls Kadir, you don't want your bowlers to be giving away boundary balls. The odd single here and there is fine, but you don't want them to be giving away boundary balls. But what De Silva, Ante, and Webster have done really well thus far, they have taken the attack back to the Jamaica Scorpion bowlers, and they've had some success doing so over the last 20 minutes of play.
Yeah, they just look to take the initiative, and anything that is short and wide, pounce on it, to apply some pressure back onto the Jamaica's bowlers. Done so quite well. And for them now, it's just not to be too over ambitious and just stay in the moment, play each ball on its merit.
So TNT Red Force bringing in Terence Hines into the lineup. So what that does, Kadi, when the TNT Red Force brings the like of Terence Hines back into the setup, into the team, what it does basically, it lengthens the batting for the TNT Red Force, because he's no mug with the bat. He has shown that he's really competent. He scored a wonderful 100 against Clarkwood United over the weekend. 122, and I must admit I was privileged to witness that innings, and it had been one of the highest quality indeed.
And this one, Webster, De Silva, in fact, is presenting the full face and picking up another boundary on driven this time. And
any youngster could be looking at Joshua De Silva execute that on drive. It was really something to savor, just getting into position, length on that ball, and executing that on drive. One of the most difficult shots in cricket to play, but Joshua De Silva made that look so easy indeed.
Presented a full face, which was key.
And what was very impressive indeed was the fact that his balance was impeccable when executing.
Yeah, so 79 for 4. Latest score at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy.
So the TNT Red Force batters, they're basically dealing in boundaries at this stage.
Yeah, which is good. They're sort of applying back the pressure. These two have now put on 38. They came together with a score on 41 for 4. Short delivery, pulled away and pulled forward of square, and another boundary for Joshua De Silva. Minley just too short on this occasion, not getting the height he would have wanted, but a good shot nonetheless from De Silva.
So the TNT Red Force batters fighting back here at the Brian Cricket Academy, fighting back really impressively here, fighting fire with fire, and they've had some success in the last 20 minutes, taking on these Jamaica Scorpion bowlers.
Short delivery again this time. We're only going to get a single.
But Milne's not able to get that ball into that uncomfortable position, just above that rib area where the ball tends to get a bit big, and it's very difficult indeed to control. So that height that he's delivering those short balls, Joshua De Silva, he will milk those deliveries for the entire day and maybe tomorrow as well. So Milne needs to really, get that ball above that rib area to create some concerns.
Yeah, Minley not the quickest, so he's gonna have to put some back into it to get it up to trouble both De Silva and Webster. At the end of 24 overs, it's 84 for 4. Mini fight back between De Silva and Webster.
So all four bowlers used by the Jamaican Scorpions has gotten a wicket. 1 for 26 is Minley, 1 for 22 O'Shea Seals, Jovan Royal, 1 for 20, and Durval Green, 1 for 14. So all four bowlers have had an impact in this morning's proceedings here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy.
Yeah.
So with that onslaught, it has bring about a bowling change. So it's going to be Durval Green from the southern end.
Yeah, switching ends is Durval Green, taking over from Jivo Royal.
So what Joshua De Silva and Tian Webster have done is basically put Royal out of the attack, because now definitely the plan has worked in terms of getting the Jamaica Scorpions to bring back that next seamer from the top end.
And do you think at this stage maybe the surface is just starting to flatten out a bit with the sun, and that early morning moisture may just be dissipating at this stage? And is it is it getting easier for batting?
Well, from the history, we all know, Kadir, that the Brownlow Cricket Academy tends to flatten out, you know, in the second going into the third session. So I'm not surprised at all with the sunshine, you know, baking down on that surface. It's getting better and better. What we're not seeing now, there isn't much on offer in terms of shape. So definitely, so it's saying to me that it's possibly, you know, drying off at an alarming rate, you know, and making batting a lot easier than when we first started off this morning at 10 o'clock.
Yeah, they still are well behind this one. Yeah, no real sideways movement, exaggerated movement as before. So
But
maybe it's just starting to dry off. Maybe it's just becoming a bit easier to play your shots on the surface.
but I would still be tempted if I'm Durwell Green or Mickey Milne to pitch that ball up until lunchtime to see whatever still is available.
Yeah, just getting that tail in to the silver. Good thing is that he came down with a straight bat.
So how Durwell Green will want to strike here for the Jamaica Scorpions here, just on the stroke of lunch here.
Yeah, the Red Force would not want to lose another wicket in this first session. They've done well to get themselves to this stage. This one is a lovely punch off the back foot, forward of the point fielder, and it's not going to get into the boundary. Thinking about 3, but they hold on at 2.
So Durwell Green going into the pitch here, short. Joshua De Silva rocking onto the back foot and caressing that ball through that extra cover region. And he's able to come back for 2. That takes the score on to 86 for 4. That takes Joshua De Silva on to 23. So the partnership now just
Yeah, this one is driven again into that vacant area, and another easy couple of runs for the silver. So they're consolidating, but they're also applying back the pressure, taking the opportunity to score as well, and that brings to the end that over from Durwell Green at the end of 25. It's 88 for 4.
But more importantly for the TNT Red Force, this partnership has creeped up very quickly indeed to 47 between Tion Webster and Joshua De Silva. So what they've done really well is to apply the pressure back on the Jamaica Scorpion bowlers. So the current run rate is just hovering around that 3.5 mark, which is ideal for 4-day cricket. But it's important for the TNT Red Force that they do not lose another wicket before the interval, Kadir.
Yeah, definitely. Just about 6 minutes to go until lunch. It'd be advisable that these two just play it as it comes, watchful.
So mainly bowling with 2 slip at gully at backward point, extra cover mid-off, a short mid-on, and a man at the fine leg position. There's also that deep backward square in position as well.
Another pitched up delivery. Lovely flowing drive from Webster. Can't get it past the extra cover fielder.
So Tion Webster oozing with confidence here at the Brownlow Cricket Academy. And you look in the manner in which he just stride to that delivery and stroked it out to extra cover. It's a sign that this young man is in some blind form here.
Again, lets this one go by. Mainly is just teasing outside off stump. He's just pegging away there,
Well,
which is not bad, taking in consideration lunchtime is that close.
Well, there is still something in the pitch for the bowlers, so they're trying to exploit that condition.
Yeah, he's essentially saying to Webster, you want to score, you need to take a risk. 2 slips and a gully waiting.
Well, I'm sure T.N. Webster will be very aware. It's just possibly the last over before lunch.
So it's just touched into the leg side and they go through for easy single.
So good work from T.N. Webster there, just allowing that ball to come onto him and just breaking his wrist there and allowing the ball to drop close to him, and it allowed him the opportunity to rotate the strike. And a lot of this will be required, especially when the bowlers are tended to be on top. You need to have soft hands in order to have that rotation taking place.
Definitely. And Minley is back on spot, on the money. After 26 overs, it's 89 for 4. And
so we'll just have to wait and see if there's going to be another over. It seems that way. He's indicating to Jermaine Blackwood that we will have one more before the luncheon interval. The TNT Red Force winning the toss here at the Brownlow Cricket Academy. 89 for 4. Vikash Mohan, Kamil Puran, Darren Bravo and Jason Mohammed, they are all back in the hutch, but doing tremendous work for TNT Red Force. At the wicket now is T.N. Webster and Joshua De Silva. Joshua De Silva, he's on 25, and T.N. Webster getting into his own, he's on 22 as well.
so bowling change from the southern end, Captain Jermaine Blackwood to bowl some seam-up deliveries. There's some seam-ups from Jermaine Blackwood. Usually he bowls a bit of off breaks.
But he's going to be doing some seam options here. So bang on target is skipper Jermaine Blackwood. Just trying to explore whatever is on offer here before the luncheon interval is skipper Jermaine Blackwood. And I think it's an excellent idea from him, to bring himself on.
Yeah, you just never know.
Yeah, great move by the skipper.
Yeah.
So wicketkeeper Thomas is going to take the opportunity to ride the stumps, as we say.
And so the point who was back on the boundary is now back inside. And this one has gone through. Thomas, we wait on the signal. It's runs from Leslie Reed for a signal in runs. So Webster did get a touch to it. Thomas came up to the stumps and couldn't hold on.
Yeah, so T.N. Webster getting inside the line of that delivery and just tickling it past the wicketkeeper for 4 runs. So that takes the score on to 93 for 4. TNT Red Force still scoring at a very healthy clip here.
Yeah, that boundary brings up the 50 partnership. 52 to it now.
So the 52 coming up in very quick time between these two batters.
Yeah, so it's Jermaine Blackwood bowling seam ups, 2 slips a gully, backward point, extra cover, mid off, mid on, mid wicket, and fine leg.
Oh, sweet. That's a man.
Gentle medium pace from Jermaine Blackwood, you have to say.
Well, military medium pace. If you ask me, he's not going to trouble anybody with that. You really have to lose your concentration, if you ask me, to get out to him. But he does have that ability to get that shape away from the right-handers, is Jermaine Blackwood.
Oh, yeah. Sweet, dad.
Yeah, he's just going to plug away on that length, a good length, as he's doing right now. And quite advisable from Tian Webster to take no risks at this stage, but it's a good move from Jermaine Blackwood. Bring himself on. Strange things happen with a break in sight.
So that's going to be launched on D1 in this final round of this West Indies Championship. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force against the Jamaica Scorpions. So just to bring you up to speed with what has transpired thus far this morning here at the Brownlow Cricket Academy, the TNT Red Force team winning the toss and batting here at the Brownlow Cricket Academy. And at lunch, they are 93 for 4. Vikash Mohan, Kamil Puran, skipper Darren Bravo, and Jason Mohammed. They've perished in this morning's proceedings, but with a 52-run partnership between Joshua De Silva and Tian Webster, they've definitely brought some respectability to this TNT Red Force innings.
Yeah, so it's 93 for 4 at lunch on the first morning of the final round of West Indies for the championships. It's the TNT Red Force winning the toss this morning and choosing to bat. Vikash Mohan and Kamil Puran, the debutant. First to go was Kamil Puran, bowled by Makino Minley for 8. Vikash Mohan went caught wicketkeeper Aldin Thomas, bowled OJ Shields for 7. Darren Bravo went caught Blackwood, bowled Durval Green for 18. Jason Mohammed went caught Durval Green, bowled Jivo Royal for 3. And at that stage, the score was 41 for 4. And in came Tian Webster and Joshua De Silva, and they saw the TNT Red Force to lunch. So at 93 for 4, we go to the lunch break and we'll come back with the second session in about 35 minutes. Yeah, welcome back to play after the luncheon interval. The second session of this game. The TNT Red Force 93 for 4 at the close of lunch. Joshua De Silva and Tion Webster, the not out batsmen, so far as that first session. Gordon, really going the way of the Jamaica Scorpions the first hour, and then thereafter a mini fight back by these two. What are your thoughts on the first session?
Yeah, it was a session that flowed one way, then the other. Of course, the Scorpions judging from the total of 93 for 4 after Trinidad and Tobago decided to take first knock on this beautiful pitch here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. Will definitely think that they had the better over the session, but the session wasn't really two halves. In the first half, the Scorpions came out early and got the wicket, prized out the two openers, and then the experienced pair of Darren Bravo and Jason Mohammed, and they were replaced by Joshua De Silva and Webster, and they have done a bit of a recovery as we see Shields opening things up after the lunch break, and he was into De Silva there, just turning it on the leg side, able to start his account post lunch. So this fight back, it was a good partnership there, the current partnership, just over 53 runs. Both batters in the 20s, and they did so with some pretty good looking cricket shots, pushing the pressure back onto the Jamaica Scorpions. Of course, these two teams would be low on confidence, and it's a good one, just taking it off the hip, turning it off the hip there, Webster, and he seems to be in good form. These two batters will definitely want to score runs personally. Of course, Joshua De Silva making a push to really maintain his place in the West Indies team. Within recent time, he has been the first call keeper at the test level, but he would be pushed by Dorich from Barbados, as well as other wicket-keeper batters. So he'll want to make sure that not only his glove work is good, but he'll get some runs here as well.
So OJ Shields from the southern end, and both De Silva and Webster just need to get settled again, get accustomed to what is taking place, and just continue to do what they've been doing before, putting away the bad deliveries, putting pressure back on the opponents, and just bat as long as possible. But for Jamaica Scorpions, though, they would be buoyed by those 4 early wickets. Nice delivery from a quick single, and De Silva had to put in the dive at the last second, and a slight miscommunication by these two. Pushed along on mid-on rather. Derval Green was coming in, and Joshua De Silva taking no chances, putting in the dive.
Had he hit, though, he would have been short, judging from that clip. But it was touch and go. They'll want to get that communication correct as the two batters meet mid-pitch. But it's going to be Shields. He's gotten 1 wicket this morning. He looked to be trying to bowl just short of a good length outside about the 4th or 5th stump. Trying to force the batter to play. And there he's bang on target there. Just getting in behind it, though, is Webster. Webster seems to be quite comfortable. The pitch at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy, it's a pitch here. The perfect first day pitch for a 4-day tournament. And as OJ Shields turns at the top of his run, a bustling approach. And he's going down the leg side. Webster trying to kind of flick it off the legs. And that brings the end of the over. At the end of it, the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, after deciding to bat first, they're 96 for 4. Webster on 27. Joshua De Silva is with him. He's also on 27. As you see, the batting card there. Mohan, he was out for 7. Puran bowled for 8.
The double green from this southern end to start off proceedings for the Scorpions. 96 for 4. And the score at the Branlar Cricket Academy. 2 slips, a gully, backward point on the boundary, cover, mid off, mid on, mid wicket, and a fine leg. Good area from green.
Well, this morning we saw the Trinidad and Tobago coach, Mr. Dave Furlong. We heard that he's not been in the best of health in recent times, but he was out there with the team, carrying them through their early paces. We also saw Seals, young Jaron Seals, just doing some running during the lunch period. So he's looking to return to full fitness. That's a good looking drive. Straight back past the bowler as they go through for a single. Quick running has been a hallmark of this partnership as well. They've been busy, active between the wicket. You know, normally the longer version of the game, especially in the Caribbean, you don't see them actually putting pressure on the fielders. They humble through for a single. When they have 3 runs up, they just settle for 2. But this pair has been busy between the wickets. It's added to the score for them. So nice basics being put into play there by the Red Force team.
Yeah, just really to apply back some pressure on the Scorpions bowlers. But at this stage, although the surface might just be beginning to flatten out and just becoming a bit easier for batting. As the day progresses, I'm sure it's going to become even easier. And this one is turned to the fine leg. Just a single.
Looking now.
Yeah, that early morning wobble we was getting with the new ball, it's not that apparent again, though the ball is 27 overs old, though, so it's just beginning to become a little bit easier for these two.
Well, these two will want to make hay while the sun shines, as it's really beautiful weather here at the Branagh Cricket Academy. The clouds are higher, gentle breeze. It's not even a gentle, a strong breeze blowing across the field. You can see the flags pulling at the ropes there on the flag poles. So it's green from the southern end, the C3, and as he storms in, but well played there by seems to be
It looks to be a no ball.
a no ball signal by Reefer.
We've seen a number of them so far this morning, and it's been something that has been recurring throughout the season, the games that we've covered. It's quite a few no balls.
Yeah, I think today though I saw the measuring tape come out, you know, and they're just playing it out on the offside. I think for the first time this season, although we've seen a number of fast bowlers here at the Branagh Cricket Academy, we saw the measuring tape come out. If you look at the pictures, you'll see there are lines that would have been marked off. But it hasn't stopped the bowlers from overstepping the front crease. So the Red Force, that's their 100 for 4. No great applause from the dugout. And I think you get a sense of what's going on with a team when they pass milestones and there's no loud uproar coming out from the dressing room area. Pulling it in front of the square. It's going to run quick to the boundary. I think he hit it good enough. It's into the boundary fence for 4. So just short of a good length was Shields, and De Silva just rocked back. He didn't try to overhit it really. Just placed it through the vacant mid-wicket region and down to the boundary fence. It went for 4.
Yeah, excellent shot by Joshua De Silva again. Not that short, but he pounced on the length, picked up the length very quickly and hit it way in front of square. As a man posted back on the deep backward square boundary, but it was way ahead of him. This one a bit getting up a bit higher and well controlled again from De Silva, who gets another single.
He's looking in ominous form. He's playing there with a lot of time to play. I think what has let down a number of these teams in the 4-day tournament has been the concentration, the ability to bat long periods. You know, De Silva is on 34, a brisk 34 from just 41 balls. Oh, that one getting big there, but getting outside the off stump there was a Webster, but drawing the bat. He had to shoulder there as that one climbed. He seemed to be interested in it for a second.
Yeah, the right decision in the end. Shouldering arms.
Just going down the leg side there. Just throwing here, Shields.
Yeah, she's just striving for that extra pace. Maybe. And just losing his radar slightly.
It's a wicket that it's a tough wicket for a fast bowler to bowl on, but it can be done. You just have to choose one side of the wicket to bowl to. You've got to be disciplined. There's bang on target. Webb stays forward, the elbows high as he pushes it into the offside field.
Yeah, Webster just needs to curb his natural instincts of getting after the bowlers. Situation at this stage doesn't require anything rash to have been batting well so far. But on 64 up to this stage.
He's up on one leg. Looking to pull it through the mid-wicket region.
Overboard.
And that's the end of the over there. At the end of 29 overs, the Tobago Red Force. They're 105 for 4. Joshua De Silva, he's on 34 from 42 deliveries. Tim Webster, he's on 28 from 43.
Yeah, so no real alarms for the Red Force post-lunch session so far, or barring that run-out chance on the northern end, which Joshua De Silva had to put in the dive. But apart from that, it's been easy going so far from these two.
Yeah, they've been comfortable there.
No.
But I think though that the Scorpions would be wary that if they can't prize out another wicket, they would really be into the Red Force's batting. Take a look at the batsmen to come. And it's Imran Khan, Terence Hines, Brian Charles of the recognized batsmen, and St. Philip and Shannon Gabriel, the two pacers. So they would feel like if they can get another one, be really and truly into Red Force's batters. But still the two slips, a gully, point, back out on the boundary, cover, mid off, mid on, mid wicket, and fine leg. Fall shot from Joshua De Silva, staying a tad low. Luckily was outside off stump.
So Green looking to get a wicket here.
It's a bit too wide on that occasion, Devil Green. So it started this morning with the Red Force presenting a cap for the debutant Kamil Puran, but his stay was quite short. Two magnificent boundaries, and then he was bowled all over the place by Makino Minley.
No.
So Green there looking, he's putting in that effort, delivery, trying to get a wicket for his captain here. The pieces have all picked up one wicket each.
Yeah, all of the bowlers used so far, apart from Jermaine Blackwood, who bowled just that solitary over before lunch. Apart from him, all of his frontline bowlers have picked up a wicket. Pitched up and met with a full face. At the end of a maiden over from the Devil Green, the score remains at 105 for 4. So at 41 for 4 when the last wicket fell, it was looking ominous at that stage for the TNT Red Force. But these two had other ideas.
Yeah, they've brought the team back into the game. Yeah.
Well, they're not out of the woods as yet, but it certainly looks a lot better at 105 for 4.
Well, of course, you know, you always tell yourself when you see a score just at 2 wicket state and how it will look and what the picture will be. So it's not a safe position, but they've definitely batted their team back into it. You know, at 41 for 4, it seemed like it was going to see the trees tumble. But you've gotten some rearguard action. Of course, when you're coming at 5 and 6 in a batting lineup, you'll think that, hey, you are really a proper batter. So you expected it to do this sort of job.
Yeah. What was critical at that stage when they came together was that they was able to apply the pressure back on while consolidating and not losing another wicket. They was able to score boundaries, a lot of boundaries, and just grown in confidence is these two. But OJ Shields, though, his second spell this today post lunch has been good. It's been a lot fuller. He's been at the batsman. Seems to have some pace about him, though, is OJ Shields.
Oh, that's a good delivery there. Pitching and just coming into the right-handed batter. Shields really running in. Oh, it's through the covers. I think it has enough on it to go into the boundary fence. It's going to be a race. Oh, no. Has he saved it?
Yeah.
And they've run all four. So some excellent running there by De Silva and Webster. We've talked about their running. It went pretty close to the boundary.
Yeah, slightly short and punched in front of point.
Yeah, Royal would have had to stop it. He chased all the way. Look at it. It's going to be close. It's pretty close there. But even though no decision needed by the umpire as they run all four, just showing what can be done with proper running.
Yeah, aggressive running.
Then he just shoulders his arm and allow this one to go through outside the off stump.
So the silver goes up to 38. Webster is 29. 110 for 4. Resolute is healthy. 3.5. Full delivery from Shields. Played out to mid wicket. No single. So the end of the 31st over, one score remains at 110 for 4.
So a nice battle here between bat and ball at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. It's been a very interesting game. A good opening day of cricket for the neutral in terms of the battle between bat and ball, the 4 early wickets, and then the fight back here. The current partnership, 69 runs between these two. It's the beauty of the 4-day longer version of the cricket game.
Yeah,
To the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, though, it will be a bit disappointing that they chose the bottom before wickets down before lunch. So Green continuing from the southern end, steaming in really.
I saw a sprinkling of spectators in today to support the local boys, the TNT Red Force. I'm sure tomorrow we might see a little bit more spectators, as tomorrow it's a holiday in the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, spiritual Baptist, Shouta Baptist holiday. Quick single and good running again by this pair.
It's a good ball there. Bang on target. Green turning at the top of his run.
Again, well bowled by Double Green, attacking those stumps. The Silver watchful. 38 he is now, 55 deliveries. Could leave by the silver, judging this one. Just outside off stump, allowing it to go through. Green felt like he might have been too close for comfort. A beautiful shot of the Brownlow Cricket Academy in the background. You can see that 375, 400 and 501.
Records, records, records. That was what Brian Lara was all about. Today the Red Force will look to record some runs here on this pitch. They'll hope that they have a record partnership between these two.
At the end of the over, it's 1-1-1 for 4.
As you see Mansingh just bowling, probably wronging his arm, telling his skipper that he wants to get a couple of overs here. But it's going to be the faster bowlers to do the trick just about now. It's going to be Shields who's going to continue from the northern end. Oh, it's a bowling change. Yeah, bowling change here. So it's Mindy who's going to continue. So the bowling change has come after the lunch interval. So Mindy, he's done some good work before the lunch and interval. Was a touch expensive. But as long as he's getting wickets, he would not mind much. It's 1-1-1 for 4. Nelson. So a lot of people are going to be skipping, hopping, skipping and jumping.
So 2 slips, Gully. Point out on the boundary. Cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. And wideish fine leg. As Minley is trying to prize out another wicket for skipper Jermaine Blackwood and the Jamaica Scorpions. But just some other scores going wrong at the Queen's Park Oval. It's the Windward Islands batting. They won the toss on Tuesday bat. They're 109 for 4. Alec Athanaze, the captain, he is out there. Tevin Walcott.
The no ball just there by Minley. The faster bowlers have definitely had their problems with their run-ups.
Over in Guyana. Guyana versus the Leeward Islands. Guyana won the toss and chose to bat. They're 84 for 4.
Seemed like they made the same mistake we did. Not really a mistake, really. It's just that, you expect not to lose 4 wickets after choosing to bat first.
And Gordon, what was your thoughts on that record T20 game? That record run chase. A game full of runs. That second T20I.
Well, I think the West Indies definitely missed some steps in that one. They can tell me the pitch was a batting paradise, that they were elevated above 5,000 feet above sea level and the ball flies. They could tell me it was a small ground. There's no excuse for giving up of 258 plus runs in a T20 game. I think it was down to poor bowling. I think we just, after that really explosive innings by Jonathan Charles, we thought that we had the game won. It's something that we got to work on as a people, definitely, in international cricket. We got to have that mental strength, not to get carried away with the emotion. So that emotion of we'll continue after this delivery of really a flyer, and that partnership between Myers and all that took place. You got to start over. You got to put that away. I know it's hard. It's easier said in the commentary box than done on the field of play. But it's something that we got to do if we need to go to the next level. So they went out and up came the cock, and he went to work, and they just lost it. I think. Oh, beautiful delivery, and he's bowled him all over the place. It was through the gate. There, what a delivery from Mindy. He's been brought back and has done the job as captain has asked him as he dismisses Webster, breaking that partnership. What a delivery. Look at it again.
Yeah.
Oh, he came off the bat.
Slight inside edge from Tion Webster, went on to hit middle stump. But I think those deliveries previously did for Webster, those were going away, and this one was well lined, closer to off stump. And Webster had to play, took the inside edge, and Milne celebrates. And the TNT Red Force slipped to 112 now for 5. Webster has to go for 30.
Well, he takes a lonely walk back to the pavilion. His head is down. He'll think that he just missed out on cashing in on what was a perfect batting strip here. But take nothing away from Mindley. The ball has been thrown to him to get a breakthrough. And he did the job for his skipper.
Yeah, Minley striking at a crucial time, really, for the Jamaica Scorpions, as Tion Webster is bitterly disappointed. But Imran Khan is the new man for the Red Force.
He'll be the one walking out there, Imran Khan. Fondly called Shrek. He's Sharky, sorry. Sharky, fondly called Sharky. As he walks to the wicket, a lot will be depending on him here. Very, very experienced campaigner. He started as an opening bat, so he can bat. This pitch, a good pitch for batting. You want to spend some time at the pitch as he takes his guard from umpire Brathwaite. One delivery left in the over. Mindley with his tail up.
Imran Khan's 113th first class game. That's the experience that you can't buy. Full delivery. A quick single. And they're not going to run the overthrow as Joshua De Silva ran past the stumps. Bit of a touch and go. A single to get going for Imran Khan. At the end of a successful over for Makinyo Minley and the Jamaica Scorpions. It's 113 for 5 after 33 overs. So a timely breakthrough for the Scorpions, you have to say, Gordon.
Yes.
Just setting back whatever plans that Webster and De Silva would have had post-lunch.
It's a good breakthrough, definitely. It was an excellent breakthrough. The partnership between De Silva and Webster had started at 41. It had gone all the way to 112. So it was beginning to become imposing. Just threatened to take the game away from the Jamaican Scorpions. You saw the skipper Blackwood just deciding to make a change, throwing that ball to Mindy, and he responded for his skipper. Good delivery, but I'm sure that Webster would be a touch disappointed. He just really, there was a space between bat and pad. And the inside edge found it cannoned into the middle stump. Green now, He'll want to do likewise, but Khan is going to be fighting here. He wants to fight back.
Yeah, Jamaica Scorpions are really on top at this stage, 113 for 5. And really looking ominous for the TNT Red Force. A partnership is definitely required between Khan and the Silver. As the two umpires are just converging in the center. BSU with the ball. The umpire Sandy just jogging out with a box of balls. The ball may have gone slightly out of shape. So replacement ball of similar usage.
So the ball just being changed. I think it may just, although it may be around the same age, sometimes these balls are just a bit harder. It may just present the bowlers, especially the medium pacers, with a hint of assistance. And there's a shot placed. It's going to go all the way close to the boundary fence and into the boundary fence for 4. So a long chase there for Mansingh, but he was always second. And it got into the boundary fence, and it's 4 runs there to Imran Khan as he is away, going up, quite up his total to 5. Ball pitched outside your stump, left alone.
So still on the attack, the Jamaica Scorpions, and rightly so, with the 2 slips, a gully, cover. I think though that probably, and this one is hitting Imran Khan, looks to be outside off stump from where we are.
Yeah, definitely a hopeful appeal early.
That's.
Yeah, impact outside off stump. Yeah, I was just about to say, if Blackwood can somehow get a catcher in close on the offside, short cover, Imran Khan likes to play those drives outside off stump. Just to put something in his mind.
Yeah, of course, you know those players in your eye line normally causes a different response to the batter. Something you're just not so confident pushing long forward or playing. So it could be a tactic, but Blackwood has gotten his tactics spot on thus far today. Oh, it's a good carry through there. Mindley is definitely running through. Running in here.
Joshua De Silva becomes vitally important. Having lost Webster, he's gotten a start at 38 from 56, and he would certainly be the one who he would have that responsibility of batting deep.
He'll definitely he'll want to score 100. It's been a while since last he passed the century mark, but of course he needs to get a half century. He's 12 away from that. He'll want to get to that milestone first and then look to push on. He'll want to bat long. His batting at the test level within recent times has not been as great as when he came in. As we look to welcome back after this over, we'll welcome back Mr. Lakan as he gets ready. And I again look to dip into some camera work.
Keep those shots coming.
Yes. Mindy looking to provide some good shots. But it's De Silva who flicks it off the legs.
Minley's getting that ball to tail back in dangerously. Zoning in on the front pads. Zoning in on the pads, really, of these two right-handers. With his tail up. Picking up that wicket of Webster.
Yes, so it was an important breakthrough in the context of the game. It's Mindy from the northern end. Just shoulders in his arms there. Imran Khan.
Yeah, he's going to have to bring all of that experience. There's Imran Khan, all of his experience and all of his whatever at this stage.
Yeah, it will be a day. He definitely. You know, you want to show some fight. It's the the final round of matches. Oh, whoa.
Yeah, this one just holding its line and staying a touch low.
And like an after effect.
It's past the edge.
It's too. Let's look at it.
Very good delivery from Minley. This one, yeah, just holding its line.
Yeah, I think he batted his toe.
Yeah, Alden Thomas just threw the ball and it struck Imran Khan on the ankles, it looked like. He's okay.
Yeah, so we bring in Anil Lakan after lunch as he gets ready to make his entrance as Green looks to continue from the southern end.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, so that fight back between Webster and De Silva partnership was broken by Makinu Minley. Good delivery, tailing back into Webster and took the middle stump. And at that stage, it was really, they were going on so well. Those two put on 70 for the fall of the 5th wicket. And now you feel like the Jamaica Scorpions are right back into it at 118 for 5.
Yeah, they're definitely back into the contest, having gotten rid of Tian Webster.
And what a catch by Abijay Mansingh. Took the edge, and this time Joshua De Silva has to go. Look at the celebrations from the Scorpions. Absolutely elated by that wicket. The big one. Joshua De Silva. He has to go for 39. Let's take a look at this one again. So Mansingh just out of your screen, but it flew to him, and with some good hands. He held on. So Joshua De Silva now departs 118 for 6, Anil, and it's beginning to look a lot. It's beginning to look pear-shaped now for the TNT Red Force.
Yeah, so the TNT Red Force losing 2 quick wickets after the resumption of lunch, and at this stage the Jamaica Scorpion, their bowlers, they're on a roll here. Durval Green and McKindo Minley, they're making the best out of this Brian Lara Cricket Academy surface here. There's still a lot in it for the bowlers, and my word, they're really taking advantage in terms of using the conditions to perfection. But it brings out to the middle Terence Hines, who scored a brilliant 100 against Clark Road United over the weekend. So you'll need to bring that kind of form here for the TNT Red Force to stay in this contest at this stage. Having won the toss on day one would have thought that the intention would have been to try and bat the entire day and possibly set up a total, that, will have them in the driver's seat. That hasn't happened as yet.
Yeah, Terence Hines into his 13th first-class game for 183 runs, highest score 102 not out, average of 37. So definitely an innings is required from Terence Hines and Imran Khan. This one is pushed to the man on the point boundary, so Hines is off the mark. And what a vital breakthrough again from the Jamaica Scorpions. Hunting in packs really was mainly from the opposite end, and now we saw Durval Green from the southern end picking up the big wicket of Joshua De Silva. And how has that really set back things for the TNT Red Force?
Well, it's definitely set back the TNT Red Force big time, because the TNT Red Force, they would definitely wanted the likes of Joshua De Silva, to anchor this TNT Red Force innings. Unfortunately for him, he got a really good delivery from Durval Green, which pitched and left him late, but what a excellent catch to get rid of him as well. So the catching by the Jamaican Scorpions has been spot on, and kudos to skipper Julian Blackwood as well. He's rotated his bowlers, really well.
Good areas again from Durval Green, threatening both edges really, outside and in a portion of the bat. But again, this is something that has really plagued the TNT batsmen, getting starts and not really carrying on. And I'm sure the coaching staff would be disappointed in the way some of the wickets fell.
Well, I don't want to use the word disappointed. I think the shot selection, they will want that to be.
And look, Green strikes again. Top of off stump. Imran Khan has to go. So it's going all downhill for the TNT Red Force. Imran Khan has to go for 5. Green strikes again. It's 119 now for 7.
So excellent delivery from Durval Green, shaping back into the right-hander and getting rid of Imran Khan. So Durval Green, 11 overs, 3 wickets for 28 runs. What an impact he's had in this TNT Red Force innings.
Yeah, and Durval Green just celebrating that wicket. Yeah, just bringing up his 100th first-class wicket, Durval Green, with that scalp of Imran Khan. In this 37th game, and he's picked up his 100th wicket. has best bowling figures of 5 for 30.
So excellent support for Milne as well. Double green, hunting in packs here at the Brownlow Cricket Academy. And one of the areas that the TNT Red Force think tank would be worried about is the fact that they're giving up wickets at both ends. And that to me is a worry.
Yeah. And the thing is, both batsmen was set, and immediately after Webster fell, it's just a cadre of wickets after that.
But I'm just asking myself the question, is it a case where on a surface of this nature, you're never really in, and there's always the possibility that there's a ball, that has your number on it? It seems to be a flat deck, but there is still, a lot of movement on offer.
And you're driven through the cover region, just a single. A good hand from Royal. Take some of the pace off of it. But yeah, I think just losing wickets at crucial stages of the game has really done for the TNT Red Force. A couple of those batsmen got starts. Darren Bravo got to 18. Webster got to 30. De Silva got to 39. But no one really carried on.
But you have to give a lot of kudos to the Jamaica Scorpion seamers. They've really been on the money. They've been relentless in terms of their consistency, and you've got to take that into consideration as well. They've been extremely disciplined in terms of their execution. And at this level, when you see that level of consistency, it does provide an acid test for the batters.
Yeah, they have been on the money, the Scorpions bowlers. But you would back your batsmen to get through those tough periods. And it just not happened throughout the entire season for the TNT Red Force batsmen. And I'm sure a concern would be right at the top of the order. They're not able to get that solid opening partnership that sort of lays the platform and the foundation for the middle order and the rest of battles to come.
But Brian Charles has shown that he does have, stickability, and with an established player in Terence Hines at the other end, the TNT Red Force will still want to try and possibly get over that 200 mark to give them some measure in terms of a score that they could bowl at.
Yeah, I think at this stage, runs are so important, vitally important. Lift and delivery from Milne to end. Another good testing over. End of 37. It's 122 for 7.
So just to give you a quick run through of what transpired thus far, Joshua Z. Silva got 39 from 61 deliveries. Tion Webster 30 from 53 deliveries. Darren Bravo getting 18 from 27. Durval Green, how impressive he has been here at the Brownlow Cricket Academy, prying out 3 scalps here for 28 runs in 11 impressive overs. Durval Green, he's really set the tone here for the Jamaican Scorpions. Together with Milne, they're really having a fantastic time here at the Brownlow Cricket Academy. They're enjoying the conditions, but more importantly, they're using the conditions, perfectly.
Yeah. Maybe Durval Green again from the southern end. Uppish drive and in the gap from Terence Hines. He's going to get a boundary for it.
And this is the kind of player that Terence Hines, is. He will go there and try try and arrest the situation by playing positively. But that level of intent, has to be very selective as well, in the manner in which he goes about things. I would like to say a pleasant good day to Keon Otley, the skipper of the Central Sports team.
Down the leg side from Green. So Devil Green is not the quickest. He's not going to bounce you out. He's not going to blow you away. But what he is, he's very consistent. He's bowling in good areas, asking questions and using whatever resources that he has to the best of his ability. This one takes the edge and flies past Mansing at gully. So another boundary for Terrence Hines. Living a bit dangerously with that one.
So fortunes favoring the Brave there. Going at that booming drive, and we could still see at this late stage here in this in the mid session here, the ball is still shaping, and if you're not close to it, there's always the possibility that you're gonna get nick off behind the wicket.
Yeah, and that's what you get for pitching the ball up.
Well, I think what's been very impressive as well.
This one is straight back down the ground. Another boundary for Terrence Hines. So fighting fire with fire is Terrence Hines. This is the usual manner in which he plays counter-attacking cricket. And the score now goes up to 1-3-0. 130 now for 7. Back-to-back boundaries for Hines.
And Hines is quickly into double figures there. He's 14 from 8 deliveries. And I tell you what, he seems to be in that kind of mood today. He could be very, very destructive indeed.
This one is innovatively played over the slip and goes down to the vacanted man area for 4. So Hines bringing out the innovations here.
So a deft touch here from Terrence Hines, just allowing that ball to come to him, and he just allowed it to come onto the bat, and he got it over that slip region deliberately, may I say. So excellent from Terrence Hines, playing that uppercut.
He's roughed up Green's figures, taking him for 4 boundaries and 5 deliveries.
So I'd like to say a special good afternoon to all our listeners, wherever you may be.
And this one might have the legs to get to the boundary. It does. So another boundary from Terrence Hines. Runs flowing off the bat of Hines. He's 22 from 10. This one caught in the vacant point area. And another boundary. So it's 1-4-2 for 7 at the end of 38.
So Terrence Hines here fighting fire with fire, really taking the long handle approach here at the Brownlow Cricket Academy, and thus far he's been very successful in doing so. He's raced the 22 from 10 balls. So the likes of Brian Charles and the others to follow. Once Terrence Hines is out in the middle, their road would be to try and give as much support as possible from the other end. Could you?
Yeah, and in saying that, Terrence Hines needs to go about it in the smart way. Needs to be selective and not let the emotions get the better of him, or the situation rather.
Well, it's important for him to continue to be selective in his stroke play.
So Minley into his 12th over, 2 for 34. according to our scoreboard at the Brown Cricket Academy. Charles is just waving the bat at that one, a nothing shot. Really.
Ball.
Another no ball.
So it continues here for the Jamaican Scorpions bowlers. Too often during today's play, we are seeing that they consistently going over that front crease. Not something skipper German Blackwood would be very happy about.
This one is turned into the mid-wicket region. And a single on offer.
So Brian Charles has moved on to 2-3. And that takes the TNT Red Force score onto 144 for 7. And how quickly things have happened after lunch, Kadir.
Definitely resuming on 93 for 4. And in the space of a couple of deliveries, things went from bad to worse for Red Force. It's good delivery from Minley. Yeah, with the addition of 50 runs, we've lost 3 wickets. And 3 quick wickets at that, I might add.
Yeah, well, it says to me that on the surface, what we have witnessed thus far, it doesn't seem to be a surface that you could really, truly, as a batter, convince that you are in. There's always the element that the ball could do something off the surface. But we are seeing a level of consistency from the Jamaican Scorpion seamers, that's keeping the TNT Red Force batters honest. And the areas that they've been hitting as well, is they're asking a lot of questions from a technical standpoint as well.
And this one takes the inner portion of the bat, dribbles out into the leg side, and they're able to go through for a single. At the end of another over, it's a 145 for 7.
So just to run through the scorecard, Vikash Mohan caught wicketkeeper Thomas Bull Shields for 7. Kamil Puran, Bull Minley for 8. Darren Bravo caught skipper Blackwood of Green for 18. Jason Mohammed caught Green, Bull Royal for 3. Tian Webster, Bull by Minley for 30. Joshua De Silva caught in the gully for 39 of Durval Green.
So it's drinks here at the Brown Cricket Academy, the first hour after the lunch interval. It's the Red Force at 145 for 7. Brian Charles not out 3, Terrence Hines not out 23. And as the players take a quick drink, we too will do the same, and we'll be back with you very shortly.
as we continue with play after the luncheon interval. And this is the first day of this round 5 clash between Trinidad and Tobago Red Force and the Jamaica Scorpions. The score, Trinidad and Tobago, after winning the toss and choosing to bat first, they're reeling at 145 for 7. Brian Charles, he's at the wicket. He's together with Terrence Hines. I'm Gordon Pierre, together with me, Mr. Anil Lakana. Anil, a totally unexpected scoreline thus far.
Yeah, I must admit that I'm a bit surprised what the score is at the moment. But what is important from a Red Force point of view is that they desperately need to have a partnership, to give that score some level of respectability.
Well, it seems like Hines, he's on a mission there, just lifting Royal over, and it's going to go one bounce into the fence, so it's 4 runs there. He just lifted it back over the bowler's head, one bounce into the boundary fence. So Hines move on to 27. The current partnership races to 30. And that partnership, 30 from just 21 balls.
Yes, very impressive from Terrence Hines indeed. Just extending that left leg down the wicket and lofting that off drive over mid-off. High and handsome for a boundary.
Well, the fielder has been pushed back to the long-off region now, just to provide a bit of cover. And Hines is long forward there, just putting that defensive shot in.
So what we're seeing from Terrence Hines is good aggression, but excellent defense as well. So he's mixing his aggression with very good defense indeed.
Well, this Trinidad and Tobago Red Force innings has been a bit of an anomaly. It started with the early wickets of the two openers, Mohan and Puran. Kamil Puran on debut here. And then the skipper Darren Bravo and Jason Mohammed, they were quickly out as well for 41. So at 41 for 4, Trinidad and Tobago in all sorts of trouble. A bit of a recovery by Joshua De Silva and Webster, pushing the total to 112. And then again, they lost wickets in a bundle, losing that's Imran Khan, as well as the two batters in the crease, that was Webster and Joshua De Silva, to create a situation where it looked like if they were not even going to get to the 150 at that point. But a brisk partnership here by Terrence Hines and Brian Charles, led mainly by Terrence Hines here. He's on 27 from 18 deliveries, have given us a bit of respectability in terms of the total.
Yeah, he definitely has given this total some level of respectability, but still a lot of work to get done from this pair and the others to follow. So one would hope that both Brian Charles, together with Terrence Hines, they could really stitch a partnership that could give the TNT Red Force outfit something to bowl at the Jamaican Scorpions.
Well, looking to continue here, it's Blackwood, the new craze in West Indian cricket, where we see batters looking to bowl something that look like medium pace. All-rounded players. When you look at Kyle Mayers doing it for the West Indies team, Refer as well. And then you saw coming home in terms of the CWI for the tournament. I heard that the Leeward Islands, would have bowled out the Barbados Pride, and I was looking for the bowlers. Well, I know, of course, Cornwall would have gotten a fiver, and guess who? Devon Thomas. He got a fiver as well. Of course, Devon Thomas, more known as a wicketkeeper batter than a medium pace bowler. And then Darren Bravo as well. He's been bowling his seam-ups deliveries that have been swinging around a lot. So Blackwood, he joins the crew. He's in here for what is going to be his second over.
So I'm not sure skipper Jermaine Blackwood bringing himself on, possibly just for a change of ends to the bowlers, or is it a case where he just wants to possibly bowl a couple of overs and allow his seamers the opportunity to get a bit of rest?
That's a beautiful looking shot. Yeah, he'd only get one for it though. Nice flowing drive from Brian Charles. Brian Charles can bat a bit. These two in the middle here, they are reasonably good batters.
Well, Terrence Hines, he does have a first-class 100, so he does have a lot of batting ability. And having come off a splendid 100 against Clark Road United over the weekend, he is in some sublime form. So for TNT Red Force, they will want him to carry on for as long as possible.
Yeah, just digging that delivery out and jogging through for an easy single.
So I'm a little bit perplexed by the move from the skipper himself, but one will just have to wait and see if it's just a change of ends for the seamers, or is it a case where, he's allowing his seamers, to get a bit of a rest.
Well, he took one before lunch. Of course, you would know, you would understand that one there, but here where your team is definitely looking to press forward, you will be looking for your, should I say, more established bowlers to be on the job. A bit of a part-timer. He's driven down the ground there by Brian Charles, and they're able to get through for that single. So still rotating the strike, keeping the scoreboard ticking over. Not that the run rate is any problem.
Well, what has happened during the course of this over, TNT has gone past the 150 mark. They are now placed at 152 for 7. So excellent going between Terrence Hines and Brian Charles. That partnership has moved quickly on to 33. But I tell you what, there's still an enormous amount of work to get done to bring this TNT Red Force total to some level of respectability.
Yeah, of course. This morning when Darren Bravo was taking the toss, he would definitely not envision that an hour after lunch he would be 152 for 7. But to be fair, the batting for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force has been a problem this season as Royal continues from the southern end. Yeah, so Royal, he's picked up 1 wicket in his 8.1 overs.
But his role has primarily been one of a holding capacity rather than an attacking options. When you have 3 seamers who have extremely good skill sets, you really need someone like Jeff Royal in your team to really hold on one end.
Well, I think you may think that he's doing a holding job, but he may think that he's being attacking. You're seeing that he's changing it, varying his lengths and his line as well as the angle. There's a man under the visor, close up on the leg side. So he's just looking to build some pressure here.
Yeah, he's not a spin off the ball. He's just basically using the angles of the crease in trying to get that ball to go into the right-hander.
So the end of a maiden there from Royal as the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, they're 152 for 7 after opting to bat first.
So is it a case, Gordon, where possibly the TNT Red Force think tank has possibly misread this pitch here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy?
I don't think so. I think when you look at the 2 openers, they were out playing aggressive shots. A lot of the players, were even when they were bowled, a lot of inside edges, you're seeing that it wasn't nothing to do really with the pitch. You see Green there with 3 wickets, Mindy with 2 for 40, Shields 1 for 35, Royal his 1 for 27, And the pick of the bowlers thus far, although he's been a bit on the expensive side, is Green with 3 for 48. And continuing is Blackwood.
So I'm convinced at this stage, Gordon, that skipper German Blackwood, has taken the responsibility to just give his seamers, his main seamers, an opportunity to have a rest, with both himself and Royal doing the job at this stage. Now, what I'm thinking is that with these two bowlers on, the possibility may present itself where the TNT Red Force batters could possibly look to be a bit more ambitious in terms of showing intent.
Well, Terrence Hines needed no incentive to show intent. He's on 30 from just 22 deliveries.
Because I'm sure the TNT Red Force think tank, they wouldn't be thinking about German Blackwood in terms of featuring in the bowling lineup. So someone like German Blackwood into the attack now, you'd expect possibly Terrence Hines to possibly look at every scoring opportunity, possibly to take him on if that's possible.
Well, the state of the game, I think probably they'll want to refrain from taking on anybody with that short outside your stump. It cuts down to the backward point region. They go through for a single. I think they don't want to, as we local parlance, they don't want to get drunk in honey. A Blackwood, not a real first option bowler.
But you also don't want to allow the likes of Julian Blackwood to come and bowl 5 overs to 10 or 12 at the same time. So you got to have that level of intent. You must, as a batting group, target someone in the bowling lineup.
I don't think targeting and they can allow anyone to bowl some overs now. The current run rate is 3.65 on the opening day of a 4-day tournament. It's about, let's say, about 45 minutes before the tea break, and you're already on 156. So the run rate is not a problem. What they need to do is keep their wickets intact. They want to bat out the whole day. Put some pressure on the Jamaica Scorpions. Of course, the Jamaican Scorpions, if Tobago had a bad 2023 CWI 4-day tournament, I think Jamaica would have had an even worse one, an even more torrid one. So they would definitely want to apply some pressure to the Jamaican team. Winning is a habit. Likewise is losing. So this Jamaican team may be just fickle when it comes to being able to stand up against pressure. We saw that in a number of their games where when the opposing teams applied some pressure, they just melted. So they will want to wicket these last 3 wickets will want to occupy at least for close to the closing time, if not bat into tomorrow.
Wait.
Well, a lot of that depends on both these guys who are out in the middle at the moment. There need to be a measured approach in terms of how they attack and how they defend against these bowlers. But the context that I want to bring to you, Gordon, is the fact that when you have guys like German Blackwood, I mean, no disrespect to him, you want to have that level of intent, because I tell you what, against the main seamers, scoring has been a big challenge. So when the lesser bowlers, if I may say so, come on, you want to press that accelerator somewhat more than you would normally do in order to put the field into under pressure.
Well, there's a bowling change at the sun end as coming back is OJ Shields. OJ Shields is going to come into the bowling attack from the southern end. So he replaces Royal at that end. But back to your point, Anil, although I can see a point on an ordinary day, this is the opening day of for the match. And of course, you would have won the toss and you have lost 7 wickets. The lead bowlers, they've gone just about the most would have been Green. He would have gone for 4+, but they've gone out at over 3. So so scoring has not been a problem as we look at Shields here. It's wide down the leg side. Lucky not to be called a wide there. It was very wide, as you saw Hines there looking to flick that one, looking to help it along.
Yeah, just looking to get inside the line there is Terrence Hines and loft that ball over that deep backward square region. It was a ball that was tailing down the leg side, asking to be hit. Unfortunately for Terrence Hines, he didn't make absolutely no contact whatsoever.
So it's going to be Hines here. Again, down the leg side, and this is a no ball as well. So adding injury to insult. No ball called by umpire Reefer.
So I'm sure the coach of the Jamaica Scorpions, he would have had a candid discussion with his bowlers in terms of, the amount of sun rays that has, during the day's play. And the bowlers have been guilty, if I may say so, Gordon, of overstepping the line on numerous occasions during this day's play.
Yeah, definitely something that you don't want to see. I saw them bring out their measuring tapes this morning, the Jamaicans, and measure out the runners scientifically.
No!
I know in the olden days we would take the first big step from the popping crease, and then you take, whether it's 10 or 12 pieces, some coming off a little less, and then you run it back to the crease to make sure that you would have gotten it correct.
I tell you what, Gordon, you would have been running you would have been running back with your eyes closed as well.
Yeah, so it's a lot of things that have changed. The introduction of the science, as I say. A loud appeal down the leg side. Umpire refund moved. So Shields just not getting his radar right. He's come back from this, not the end that he's bowled the majority of his overs from. He's bowled the majority of his overs from the northern end. So he's coming from the southern end. The two batters just having a mid-pitch discussion. The call from the dugout is watch it, Terrell. Watch it. And it's a beautiful shot through the covers. A long chase around. Can he get it? No. His only job will be to retrieve. It's into the boundary fence for 4. Terrence Hines here under charge.
She is in.
And
what an exquisite extra cover drive from Terrence Hines. That had class written all of it. From the moment it left the bat, it's only one way it was going, and that's into the extra cover boundary. So what a wonderful extra cover drive from Terrence Hines.
Yes, he's looking good. Of course, that's just the tip of the iceberg for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force team. They'll want to continue long on. Oh, he's struck there. That one not getting up as high as he thought it would have. More or less ducking into it there. Struck on the shoulder. So good comeback delivery from Shields.
So she's getting in the bumper to Terrence Hines. Possibly a bit surprised by the bumper was Terrence Hines. Just looking to press on, only to realize that that ball was falling him.
And she helps this one along. And it's down to the boundary fence for 4. So Terrence Hines here, you were asking for intent. As he gets the 40. He just got inside the line and helped it along.
Well, I must admit, it's poor bowling from Shields. At this stage of the innings, having the TNT Red Force on the back foot, coming back for your second spell, is expected that you will have that opportunity, to try and provide that kind of support for the likes of Minley and Durwell Green. Unfortunately, Shields has not gotten his radar right during the spell. And what has happened, it has given the likes of Terrence Hines the opportunity to cash in. He's guilty of bowling both lengths. He went up, he was driven through extra cover, and then he went short. Terrence Hines skillfully got inside the line, and send it down to fine leg. But we're seeing the big the big pace, Shannon Gabriel being padded up. But for the sake of the TNT Red Force, hopefully he will not be required to bat during today's play, Gordon.
Well, that's more hopeful than realistic. But a man who will want to make it that hope come true is Brian Charles. He's on strike. Royal just changing around as we see the debutant, Kamel Puran. They're in the dugout. It's Royal.
So the experiment has been over by skipper Jim Blackwood.
Yeah, I think Blackwood, those type of bowlers, they just coming. It's two things. They try to buy a wicket, if that's a term you could use, or as well as they provide a bit of a breather for the faster bowlers. And in the meantime, if they're able to buy a wicket, of course, they'll be classed as seamer bowlers, if you can call them, well, faster bowlers, if you could call them that, so they'll be getting an added point.
Well, I know there had been some contention in terms of who are classified as a fast bowler. So, that's a question that I'm sure is going to be raging on from time to time when guys like Jermaine Blackwood, the likes of Darren Bravo, is at the bowling crease. How do you classify them?
I remember, again, a little while back, where you had guys like Carl Hooper. They used to call him the lollipop bowler. But he got a number of test wickets, in fact. You do remember the English boycott was one who, as a commentator, would describe him as just right-time lollipop bowler.
But at the speed at which the likes of Darren Bravo and Jermaine Blackwood bowl, someone of the like of Jeffrey Boycott would say they are just trundlers at the crease rather than fast bowlers.
Well, at the end of 45 overs, the Trinidad Big Red Force, after choosing the bat, they 166 for 7. Terence Hines, he's 40, not out. He's at the crease with Brian Charles, who's on 6.
So what has happened, what has transpired in the just recently, both Brian Charles and Terence Hines, they've added a valuable partnership of 47 runs, and in very quick time indeed.
Yeah, it's been a good partnership.
And take nothing away from Brian Charles, he's been the perfect foil for Terence Hines as well.
Well, it's Hines up against Shields. And Shields outside the off stump here, getting a bit of lift and bounce, showing some aggression. Hines walks away.
Well, having gotten some tap from Terence Hines, he's asked by his skipper to come back and, try and pry out a wicket. So that ball, that delivery definitely had some pace in it. It was pacey and had a lot of bounce as well. So what we witnessed in this contest thus far, the Brian Lara Cricket Academy, this pitch has proven to be a bit quicker than the ones that were prepared before.
Yeah, just played back to the bowler. Field did well by Shields.
And one will hope that, one will think that it's going to get even a bit quicker with the sun baking on that surface. It's going to get a lot more harder on the top. So we'd expect that, the ball is going to have consistent carry during the course of this game.
Well, Shannon Gabriel will be licking his chops. Shields, they're just going down the leg side. He's been a bit all over the shop here, Shields. He's been outside the off stump. He's been on the line of the body. He's been down the leg side. He's not found his line and length just yet in this spell. Just a second over in it. But he'll definitely want to line up quickly because Terence Hines took 2 4s off his previous over. And you'll want to try to get Terence Hines out. You feel that if you get any one of these 2 batters out, you'll be into the tail, if you can call it that. And just taking it off the hip there. The call is 2. Then they decided against it.
So she's using his angles well, going wide of the return crease there. trying to get that ball to angle back into the right hand of Terence Hines, trying to, on this occasion, challenge the inside edge of the bat of Terence Hines. So he possibly may have seen something that he could possibly work with Gordon when bowling to Terence Hines by going wide of the crease. So he will want to test, the technical awareness of Terence Hines as well. Gordon is O.J. Shields.
Well, we see a man coming in at the ceiling mid-on. Short square leg position under the helmet, so you could expect a short delivery here. And there it comes.
So he's more of a short square leg than a forward short leg.
Yeah.
One would have thought that if he's stationed where the next pitches, which is a lot closer to where the batters are, he would be considered a forward short leg. But he's just, a tad back there. So possibly we could refer to him as a short square leg.
Yeah, short square leg, yeah. I referred to him as that after.
So it's going to be chin music here at the Brownlow Cricket Academy. O.J. Seals seems that he's going to really have a go at
He's coming around the wicket and just flicked off the legs there. It's going to be a chase around. That's good feeling. But they threw for two good looking runs there. Good running between the wickets. Green got across quickly there at fine leg, but he had a little way to go. And allowing the batters to get through for two. So that's a 50 partnership there for these two. Terence Hines, he's contributed 40. Brian Charles, the perfect foil, he's just contributed 8. And the partnership 50 in 62 balls. So it has come in quick time, and it's done a bit of a rescue mission. It's a rescue mission that is not yet completed. And they'll be hoping that these two batters bat for a little while still.
Well, one would hope that from a TNT Red Force point of view that both these batters bat possibly for the entire session and deep into the third session as well. They've done a really tremendous job in resurrecting this TNT Red Force innings by stitching that 50-run partnership, but still a very long way to go. And with the likes of Terence Hines out in the middle, we know how destructive he can be. And for the sake of TNT Red Force, they will want him to stay out there for as long as possible and defy this Jamaica Scorpions bowling lineup.
Well, it's going to be Hines against Royal. Royal coming in from the northern end. And Hines just playing it down.
Yeah.
He's stitched together a pretty good innings here.
So Royal just doing the basics right here, Gordon, in that, he continues to plug away and keep things tight.
Long forward there. We see just playing it out on the offside.
So Terence Hines just allowing that ball to come to him rather than pushing at it. So Royal keeping Terence Hines very, very quiet, bowling a tight line on off stump. Terence Hines could do nothing else than just come forward and stylishly plays it out to extra cover. This one goes to backward point.
So that brings the end of the over. A very tight over from Royal there. Doing just what his skipper orders. So at the end of 47 overs, the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, they're 169 for 7.
So just about 47 overs bowled in today's play. Still another 43 available for the day's play. Yeah, we're just about a halfway stage. The TNT Red Force team, they will want both Terrence Hines and the likes of Brian Charles to bat possibly another 35 out of those 43 overs, even the entire afternoon session if they can. They'll want them to stay there and continue that vigil for their team.
So it's Shields is going to continue. He's up against Charles. He's coming around the wicket. You saw the last over, he decided to go short against him. You're seeing the skipper, Blackwood, just putting in a short, it's a leg slip. So it's going to be short business, or is it going to be the trickaroo where he pitches up while setting a field for short bowling? And just turn it off the hip there, Charles. They're able to run through for a single.
So the mode of attack to Brian Charles is try to get him out into that like gully position. You know, that fielder is stationed there for that ball on the body. If he's unable to keep it down, you know, he could find himself into difficulties and possibly lob that ball into that like gully position. But not so for Terrence Hines. The field has been spread a bit. The mid-on and mid-off has taken a few steps backwards. There's a deep backward square in place. There's also a third man in place.
Chin music, as you say, but just rocking out of the way there was Hines. So Shields looking to be aggressive here. There definitely seem to be something in the track for the faster bowlers.
Well, like I had alluded to earlier, as a batter, I don't honestly think that you're in. You know, there's always a possibility that something, you know, the ball could sheep away, the ball could do something, and has your number on it.
Just played on your side as you drove through for a single.
So with the field adopted by skipper German Blackwood, there's always the opportunity when Terrence Hines is batting, you know, to just break his wrist, use subtle hands, and get the rotation of the strike. That single does take the Red Force onto 171 for 7. And Terrence Hines, he's motored along to 42 from 43 runs, 43 balls. So he's going just about a run a ball. But what is important, Brian Charles continues to play a pivoted role in terms of building the partnership that they have done so successfully.
Some good bowling there by Shields. He's been testing in this over. I think a better over from him here.
Yeah, well, he seems just to be getting that reader right. He's trying to bowl, you know, wicket to wicket.
He's forcing the batters to play every delivery. He's gotten good support from his skipper, Blackwood there, as you can see, putting in the leg gully. Just going down the leg side. The commentator's curse as we see a supporter in the stand with the Trinidad and Tobago flag flying high. The innings have not flown as well as that flag has thus far. Strong winds here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy.
So I'm sure he's looking forward to this pair continuing the fight for the TNT Red Force team. But it's going to be Shields who has the responsibility of trying to get another wicket for the Jamaica Scorpions.
Brian Charles, they're just playing it out. So at the end of that over, the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, after choosing to bat first, they're 171 for 7 from 48 overs.
And the partnership has progressed to a very healthy sum of 52, but still a lot of work to get done. The TNT Red Force team, depending on how well this pair continues and for how long, you know, it could possibly put them in a very competitive nature at the end of the day's play.
Yeah, they'll want this partnership to carry on and on and on.
And you know, we've seen Gordon many a times where the top order, you know, gets shaken down, you know, by the opposition, and the middle and lower order, they come to the party and really give their team a respectable total in which to bowl to.
Yeah, most definitely. But they want to fix the opening partnership, the top order partnership. The top order has definitely failed. They've mixed and matched. They've removed the two openers who started the season. They've brought in openers. They've tried their best to really find the right opening partnership. On debut today was Camille Puran, as this is whipped off the legs here by Hines. Yeah, but he scored two sumptuous-looking shots through the offside, 2 fours, and then he was bowled all over the shop. He'll want to go back and probably come back even stronger in the second innings. But that's a long way away. I think we have to look at what you're going to get the Tobago Red Force team focusing on here is getting as many as they can for occupying the crease for as long as possible this afternoon so that they can really provide some total that is going to be challenging to the Jamaica Scorpions here.
Well, when you look at what has transpired thus far, we just into the 49th over of the innings, so we are not even we just passed halfway stage in today's proceedings, you know, and 7 wickets has gone down. So, you know, this game has accelerated to a point where, you know, the TNT Red Force are really behind the 8 ball. But Terrence Hines and Brian Charles, I'm sure they will have other plans, you know, to spoil this party.
It just helped along there as it goes down to the boundary fence for 4. It's buys. In fact, missing everything.
So some untidy work from the wicketkeeper, not getting across and holding that one in.
As we see Mr. Samaru there, he's on the phone. A representative from the Trinidad and Tobago Cricket Board. Always present, always organizing. I think his job is just to make sure that the selector, Mr. Butcher, who is presently at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy, is well taken care of. I know, Anil, you all are excellent at hosting foreign officials.
Well, I can tell you, we try our utmost best at the Trinidad and Tobago Cricket Board to ensure that all our visitors is treated, you know, with royalty.
Well, we saw 2 visitors there and a light pole surrounding the Trinidad and Tobago, the Brian Lara, as some birds here again, just circling. As we see Mansingh coming in to get his first bowl of the day.
So it's going to be Abhijay Mansingh.
Yeah, Abhijay Mansingh, a tricky customer. Don't know why it took so long to bring him in, really.
Well, when you take into consideration that the seamers has gone in with 6 of the 7 wickets thus far, you could very well understand why the leg spinner is now being introduced, you know, midway into the second session.
Well, this session just about 15 minutes left before tea. It's just ticking off the legs.
So I'm sure both Brian Charles and Terrence Hines, they would not have seen much of Mansingh. So it's going to be a case now where they have to look carefully what is being delivered from the hand. They're going to be looking at that rotation of the seam, Gordon, to see which way that ball is spinning.
Yeah, so some changes in the field there. Just bringing in the field for Charles. A man at the leg slip. No, he's going back to slip. That's Blackwood. A lot of field changes. With Brian Charles just planting his leg and playing it down.
Well, we haven't seen much evidence of the ball spinning, so it'll be exciting to see if you could get those, if you could get that leg spinner to possibly rip on this surface. But it's highly unlikely, you know, for that to happen at this early stage in this game. Possibly what can happen is later on in the game with the foot marks and footholds coming into play, you know, we could see the ball really fizzing around.
It's back and cutting straight to the man at point.
So Mansing getting that leg spinner out really nicely.
Brian Charles there just getting forward. He'll be happy to be middling these deliveries though. Always a good feeling as a batter to get the ball off the middle of the bat.
Yeah, but what I think is important at this stage for both Terrence Hines and Brian Charles is to just have a good look at what's being served up.
None.
You know, before you could really
A bit of a misfield, but good backing up in the outfield.
So no sign of the googly just yet.
Loud appeal. Not out, says the umpire. So coming off the pad on move was Reefer.
Well, that ball was clearly pitched outside the line of the leg stumps.
No, the appeal was for the court. They thought they appealed for a court of the Adia silly mid-on position, but clearly off the pad. So Hines just 6 away from his half century. He's going to face Royal. He's gotten a bit quiet in recent times. Star for striker as well. Bit of a yes-no call. In the end, it's no. They definitely do not want to run out at this stage, Anil.
At no stage of the innings, when you're struggling, you want to be giving the opposition a run-out decision. You'll just be gifting the opposition in that sense.
It is 177 for 7. So it seems to be lucky 7.
Well, I'll have to play that in the playway.
Well played there by Hines. So it's an interesting battle. Royal, he's been the most economical of the bowlers for the Jamaican Scorpions. And just cuts away. That's a beautiful shot. He just took it out of the keeper's gloves and cut it down to the third man area for 4.
So we keep discussing the importance of being able to execute that back cut, and here we see, you know, perfect execution from Terrence Hines, just waiting on that delivery at the last moment and playing that back cut and being able to get a boundary. So a welcome boundary for TNT Red Force here. That takes Terrence Hines on to 48, but more importantly, the TNT Red Force, they get above 180 now. The score is 181.
Good piece of fielding there in the field there by Mindy. The big fast bowler throwing his body around.
Well, it's great to see, you know, the big fast bowler, you know, throwing his frame.
And just taking it off the legs there was Terrence Hines as he gets closer, inches closer to a well-deserved 50. It would be here.
Well, it's been a flawless innings thus far. You know, it has been laden with 9 glorious boundaries, and that's just evident of how well he has played during this innings. He is really taking the breath away from this Jamaica Scorpion bowlers at this stage, but still a great amount of work to get to a respectable score that, you know, the TNT Red Force believe that they could be competitive with.
Yeah, I think, well, first for him, he want to get to 50 here, get that out of the way, and then he'll want to bat on as long as possible.
Well, he will want to continue in that rich vein of form that he displayed over the weekend by getting 122. If he were to get anywhere close to 122 for the TNT Red Force, they would definitely be in excess of 300 at the end of the day's play.
It's going to be Mansing. So short outside your stump. Leaving it alone is Hines there.
So it's great to see the leg spinner in operation, being given an opportunity to have a go.
Just playing it back to the bowler there, Hines.
But Mansing just seems to be loving to bowl to these batters on about that leg stump. He's basically taking the levers away from them.
Well done, go. Yeah, man. Sweet, good.
Good feeling there in the covers. Yeah.
But Terrence Hines, thought he had gotten through.
Yeah, you can see he wants to get this 50. And this time he plays it through the middle of region. And he gets the 50. A well-deserved 50. What a knock it has been by Terrence Hines. He came to the crease with his side really up against the ropes at 119 for 7. Having lost 3 quick wickets. And he's definitely fought back here. He took the innings by the scruff of the neck and he's gotten to 50 from 56 balls. But he'll need to go a long, long way here, Anil.
Yeah, he definitely needs to go a very, very long way. And, his partner in crime, Brian Charles, has done a tremendous supporting role at the other end. And it's important when bowling in partnerships, 2 people doing it. And it's no different where the batters are concerned. You need that level of support from the other end. And Brian Charles has done that admirable, in lending that kind of support for Terrence Hines.
Yeah, he's definitely played the Sri Lanka role. This is exactly what the doctor ordered for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. They're making a game of it here.
None.
Flicked off the legs. But the feeling for the Jamaican Scorpion has also been very good. They've added to the pressure. So there we see Hines, 50 runs from 56 balls, 9 fours, a strike rate of 89.29. So definitely it's the innings that was needed by the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force as he gets some refreshment here.
So it has been an innings of assurance from Terrence Hines. He's been totally dominant against this Jamaica Scorpion bowling attack. He's taken them on. He's gotten to his half century. But one will want him, Gordon, to carry on, possibly for the entire evening, if that's possible.
Well, he was out of the team for a couple of games in this series here, the regional tournament. So he's come back, and he's come back strong.
Yeah, he had an injury, hence the reason why he was not playing. But, what a way to come back into the team and announce yourself. And this is what big players do. They come and announce themselves in difficult situations.
Yeah, he's doing the job for his team here.
Yeah, and Terrence Hines is a type of guy, Gordon, who loves a challenge. He likes taking on the opposition. He's a very feisty character as well. So he's hot-blooded. He likes to be in the thick of things. And to me that brings out the best in him.
Yeah, where his emotions, his heart on his sleeves, as we say. He's just playing that one out on the onside. Able to jog through for a single. Keeper going all the way across to do the retrieving job. That's Thomas. Today, not asked to do much, the wicketkeeper, in terms of catching. A lot of balls, dismissals coming from the bowl method. And you think for a track that was looking so good, you find it difficult to understand why so many of the batters were bold.
Well, sometimes when you stride out into the middle, Gordon, sometimes the surface could be, a bit intimidating, especially, if you have not, done well on tracks of that nature. Because you're possibly asking yourself the question, am I going to get one that's going to see my way? Am I going to get one that's going to tail back into me? So the doubt sometimes, could be there as well.
So it's Royal there. He's been good for his team. He's held up an end, while the faster bowlers have plugged away at the other end.
So Joe Royal doing an excellent job for his skipper. Well, I refer to him as someone who's doing a holding role, that kind of stock bowler, in the team who are asked to do the hard miles, and that allows the skipper to have the luxury of rotating his seamers from the other end, which he has done tremendously well. But it's going to be Abijay Mansingh to continue from the far end.
Just played out on the offside there. Hey, almost a misfield, but no run resulting from it.
So short and wide, Terence Hines just gets onto the back foot, punches away down to that backward point, deep backward point. Only going to be a single. That takes the score on 185 for 7, but it brings Brian Charles back on strike. So possibly, Gordon, the last over before the interval.
Yeah, possibly. I saw the umpire watching at his watch. That's umpire Rifa. Spinners normally get you the overs pretty quickly, so load appeal and he's give him out.
Come.
He stood at the crease. So just when we were saying the keeper didn't have much to do, he makes a take. Brian Charles does not look too happy. Let's have another look at it here.
So the last over before lunch, before tea, my apology, and Brian Charles will be a very disappointed man, having done a great job in, assisting Terence Hines in that wonderful partnership. He basically just threw it away on the stroke of tea. So TNT lose their 8th wicket at a very critical juncture in this session here. Brian Charles going caught behind Abijay Mansingh.
So Mansingh gets the break. We take a break here, and we'll be back for more after this break here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy.
Afternoon as we get ready for play after the tea interval. Red Force 185 for 8 is the score at tea time. Terrence Hines and Anderson Phillip. Just before the interval, we lost the wicket of Brian Charles, who played quite well together with Hines. And at this stage, 185 for 8. Abijay Mansingh getting into the wickets. As I welcome back Anil. Anil, an excellent inning so far from Terrence Hines. 52, a rescue job, a counteracting knock, and he's unbeaten. And for all Red Force fans, we'll hope that he continues in this same vein.
Well, I thought that he was unfortunate to lose Brian Charles on the stroke of tea. I must admit that was a severe blow in terms of the rebuilding process. But he does have someone who has a lot of batting ability in Anderson Phillip, and one would hope that Anderson Phillip continues to give that kind of support that's required for Terrence Hines to take this TNT Red Force score to some level of respectability on D1 of this contest.
Yeah, definitely. Just be looking for ally is Terrence Hines. 52 he is from 60 deliveries, and Brian Charles, when caught Aldin Thomas off the bowling of Abijay Mansingh on the stroke of launch. So here we are in the third session of the first day. As the field for Mansingh, 2 deliveries to complete his over. 1 slip, a backward point, extra cover, long off, long on, a mid wicket, a man out at deep backward square, and a forward short leg. And
so Mansingh bang on target to Anderson Phillip. Just 1 delivery remaining in this over.
comes off the inner portion of the bat and dribbles out into the leg side, and Phillip gets off the mark. The end of a successful Mansingh over. TNT Red Force 186 for 8.
So the bowling fingers, Minley 12 overs, 40 runs, 2 wickets. Shields 11 overs, 49 runs, 1 wicket. Royal 14 overs, 31 runs, 1 wicket. And the man of the moment, Duval Green, 12 overs, 55 runs, 3 wickets. And Abijay Mansingh making an immediate impact in his third over, getting rid of Brian Charles in the over just before the tea interval. So that's where we are at this stage with this contest, the final round of competition in the 4-day CWI regional competition. TNT Red Force winning the toss here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. They are now 186 for the loss of 8 wickets.
Yeah, so it's going to be Jiva Royal from the northern end. Royal so far 14 tidy overs, 1 for 31. His returns did a very good holding job early on this morning in the first session, and his ability to be very tidy resulted in him picking up the wicket of Jason Mohammed. So he's continued to be on the money, is Jiva Royal. And that partnership between Brian Charles and Terrence Hines was so valuable. They put on 66, and Brian Charles just got 9.
Yeah, so when you thought that they were going into the interval with the loss of 7 wickets, Brian Charles couldn't resist the temptation of that wide delivery from Mansingh. Only succeeded in feathering a catch to the wicket keeper, and at that stage, the recovery from the TNT Red Force was one that was giving them a level of respectability in terms of the score.
And this one is wrapped on the pad. The appeal goes up. Not out, says umpire Gregory Brathwaite.
So we do know that Jovan Royal, he does have a very, very good arm ball indeed, but he's going wide on the crease there, and I think the angle of that delivery, was heading down the leg side.
And this one, Philip is just tickling it on the leg side and able to come back for 2. At the end of another over from Jiva Royal comes to an end. TNT Red Force 187 for 8.
So Terrence Hines, he's on 52 from 60 deliveries. And Joshua De Silva getting to 39.
Yeah.
So it's going to be Abijay Mansing to continue from the southern end.
And Anel, some scores making the rounds in the other games taking place simultaneously in Guyana. Guyana have been bowled out for 122 by the Leeward Islands. And the Leeward Islands have started their reply. They're 9 for 1.
So the Leeward Islands have stung the Guyanese counterparts in their own backyard, with the man Jimbo himself doing the bulk of the damage.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly that. Anel picking up 4 for 27, well supported by Spencer and Archibald, 2 wickets apiece. And across at the Queen's Park Oval, it's Barbados 184 for 8 against the Windward Islands. So bowlers really on top in this first day of action in the final round. And the bowlers really playing their parts.
Yeah, the bowlers are having a good time in this round of matches thus far.
Hines turns this one to the square leg region and gets a single.
So I'd like to say a special good afternoon to Sandra and her entire family down in Faizabad. Stephen, Daniel, and of course her husband Desi. Pleasant good afternoon to you guys down in Faizabad.
Abijay Mansing into his 4th over, 1 for 5. This one is punched away by Philip and just a single for him. In fact, Terrence Hines doesn't take the single. Well watched by Philip, who, as you mentioned, has some batting ability, quite capable low order batsman. Just want to lend some support to Terrence Hines.
Catching Carlos.
Well, flighty delivery. No run in it. At the end of another over. 56 gone. It's 189 for 8.
So Terrence Hines continued his vigil for the TNT Red Force. Dewell Green having excellent returns of 12 overs, 3 wickets for 48 runs. So Anderson Phillip, he's no more with the bat. So I'm hoping sooner than later the likes of Terrence Hines, he will start trusting his partner in terms of, allowing him, a lot more of the strike.
Yeah, just about to ask you that. At what stage do you think Terrence Hines would start trusting him, or is he going to offer him the singles very early on in the over?
Well, he will want to allow him the opportunity, to spend as much time as possible. And with the rotation of the strike, I'm sure it's going to happen sooner than later.
Slower from Royal, goes past the edge.
Because Anderson Phillip does, take his batting very, very seriously indeed. And he does have batting potential.
mixing up his speeds ever so well. Going wide of the crease, running closer to the stumps, varying his pace, his trajectory. Quite a handful is Jiva Royal.
Yeah, he's always thereabout, asking a lot of questions and doing an excellent job indeed for a skipper.
As we say, good afternoon to Mr. Amar Samaru, member of the Trinidad and Tobago Cricket Board, just pays us a visit in the come box.
So it's a tense battle out in the middle here at the Brownlow Cricket Academy. No one is willing to give anything away at this stage. Terence Hines battling for the TNT Red Force. And Jovan Royal, he's giving nothing away to the batters as well, doing an excellent support role for his skipper, Jermaine Blackwood.
The end of 57. Score remains at 189 for 8.
And the question, is what score is going to be a competitive score on a pitch of this nature? There's still a lot in it for the bowlers. TNT have included the likes of Shannon Gabriel and Terence Hines, so they do have a lot of firepower in the fast bowling department. And I'm sure the likes of Shannon Gabriel and Anderson Phillip, together with Terence Hines, they would be really licking their lips to have a go on this surface. But not today, but more so in the first session of tomorrow's play.
Yeah, that would be the telling thing as to how long Terence Hines stays out there would really depend on the score that the TNT Red Force gets in the end. So a huge responsibility on the shoulders of Terence Hines and those to come, Anderson Phillip and Shannon Gabriel, in lending that support to Hines and just allowing him to trust you as a partner so that he can do the bulk of the scoring on the other end.
Well, I'm sure, Terence Hines will look to seize on any scoring opportunities that the Scorpion bowlers, allow him to have. But Mansing, he's bowling really, really well. He's bowling wicket to wicket. Not much spin on offer, but he's attacking the stumps.
Yeah, what I like about him too, he's giving the ball some air. Not afraid to throw it up. And this one is shorter and a drop chance by, it looks to be Leroy Logg at backward point. So a fall shot by Anderson Phillip, a slightly dragged down delivery. And Phillip not getting over it. And Leroy Logg missed time in his jump. And so Anderson Phillip gets alive. More importantly though, it brings Terence Hines on strike.
Yeah, Anderson Phillip eyes lit up with that delivery, short and wide, trying to crash that ball through that backward point region, taking a top edge. Unfortunately for Jamaica, Leroy Logg was unable to hold on to that chance.
None.
So Mansing continues.
Keep working, money. Good stuff, money. Big finish now, man.
Down the leg side, and Hines able to pinch a single off the last delivery, which augurs well for TNT Red Force. At the end of 58, it's 191 now for 8.
So if TNT were able to get to that 200 mark, that would definitely take a box. But they will want, to go on for as long as possibly on a track of this nature where there's still appreciate amount of help for the bowlers. One would think that possibly TNT Red Force, they will want to get in excess of possibly 250, maybe 275, will give them some level of comfort if they're able to get to that figure.
Yeah. Well, that certainly would depend on Hines and the way he plays. 54 he is, 54 from 71 deliveries. Excellent knock in the context of things.
Well, what has happened with the introduction of the spin duo bowling in tandem with each other, the scoring rate has definitely decelerated.
Yeah. Yeah, no single on offer for Hines.
So I'd like to say especially to the entire South Young Warriors Cricket Academy family. All my supporters out there, a special good afternoon to you all.
A love man in the Southland, Stanley.
I will not comment on that.
We've heard all the good things about you.
Yeah, we've been doing a lot of work to develop this sport, this lovely sport, the Kadir. And I must admit that, my entire crew at the South Young West Cricket Academy, they've been doing a fantastic job in supporting that project. And we're about to embark on a couple more projects playing in the Springville tournament as well as the CC as well.
Wait.
Allowing the youngsters as well to, have the opportunity to play cricket during the Easter vacation.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's always important. When youngsters come out to train, they want to have that opportunity to show the coach what they can do.
And also we had an opportunity where for the first time in Trinidad and Tobago. So at this stage, the TNT Red Force winning the toss and batting. They are 192 for 8. Terence Hines is batting really splendidly on 55 from 75 delivery, and with him Anderson Phillip. So the management of Central Sports Kadir has taken that bold step, where we are allowing some of our young ladies to participate in the reserve team competition. And I must admit, it has been a hit with the teams that we've played against. And I want to wish all those young ladies, Amelia Khan, who has been elevated into the senior Trinidad and Tobago setup.
And this one we see Terence Hines up and over cover and goes all the way for maximum. Excellent shot by Hines. A bit of width from Mansing. And it looks to be Brad Barnes, the man at long off. And he couldn't do anything to stop that. So a good shot from Hines just to release the shackles a bit.
Well, Terence Hines is noted to play that shot inside out. It's a wind ball shot. And you would know quite a lot about that. So maybe you could possibly explore, a bit more in terms of that inside out, extra cover, lofted drive.
Yeah, it's a difficult shot to execute. But the good thing is he's hitting with the turn, which always helps.
Yeah, so hitting with the tide, the ball will tend to go a bit wider than normal, where the conventional long on will be, long off will be stationed.
It's 198 now for 8, just 2 runs short of that 200 mark, which I'm sure the Red Force would be very pleased about, considering where they were at one stage. But skipper Jimin Blackwood is giving Abhijay Mansing the protection as well, as there is just 2 fielders, just 3 fielders inside where as well there's the man back on the point boundary. Also extra cover boundary, long off, long on, deep mid wicket and deep backward square.
Yeah, so 6 guys patrolling the boundaries, I honestly think that it's a bit too defensive. But now we see that man from the deep backward point region comes into a conventional backward point position.
No chance of a quick single. Royals looking in the cover.
So it's clear that the Jamaican Scorpions, they have a plan, and their plan is to bowl as much as possible and get rid of the likes of Anderson Phillip. Terrence Hines with the last delivery in that over, trying to sneak a single on the very last ball of the over, but was unable to do so. Some smart fielding from the fielder at backward point ensured that Jevo Royal will have the opportunity to stitch a couple balls against the likes of Anderson Phillip. And I'm sure he's going to be fancying himself as well, bowling wicket to Anderson Phillip.
Yeah, definitely. He's been operating there ever since he began his spell. Jivo Royal's been very tidy. I'm sure he's going to throw up a few, looking to tempt Phillip into a big drive.
So something wasn't right there. Anderson Phillip pulling out very early.
Yeah.
So TNT Red Force approaching that 200 mark, and I'm sure it's going to be very welcome from the dugout.
Yeah.
Well done.
Phillips lets this one go by. So just the one slip, a backward point, cover, extra cover, mid off, long on, mid wicket, deep backward square, and a forward short leg for Anderson Phillip.
So Jovan Royal bowling with an in-out field. We have the catch-in extra cover, but we also have that deep cover in position as well. We have a mid-off halfway.
This one takes the edge and goes past the lone slip in Blackwood, and it's running down to the third man boundary for four runs. Welcomed runs for the TNT Red Force, and with that boundary it brings up the 200 for them. It's now 202 for 8.
So Anderson Phillip going onto the back foot, not in total control. It squirts off the outside edge, but more importantly for TNT Red Force, it goes into the boundary, and that takes them to that figure of 202. So a bit of a recovery in the context of what had transpired in the first session, Kadir.
Yeah, definitely. At TNT reeling 116 for 7 when Brian Charles and Terrence Hines came together. And of course they put on 66 and really rescued the innings. Not forgetting that partnership between Tion Webster and Joshua De Silva, which was with 71, I think.
Well done, buddy. Well done.
So
well
just
done,
when
well
it seems that the TNT Red Force team was gaining some kind of ascendancy in the game, you know, they lose wicket in clatters, and that has not helped the situation at all, Kadir.
No, definitely. It's helped the situation for the Jamaica Scorpions. And this one goes very close to the man at short leg, but Phillip pinches a single off the final delivery of the over. It's 203 now for 8.
So Jovan Royal, we seeing clearly what his intentions are in terms of his mode of dismissal, trying to dismiss Anderson Phillip, angling that ball with the arm into the pads and trying to get that forward short leg in the game. Luckily for Anderson Phillip, he was able to carefully noodle that ball into that short fine leg position and get a single.
Yeah.
So you look up and you see Anderson Phillip, he's on 9. So Terrence Hines, over by over, ball by ball, you know, is giving him the assurance that, you know, he has that ability, you know, to stick around and make a valuable contribution to the team's total.
Yeah, application, the word from Anderson Phillip. Phillip allows this one to go by.
So Anderson Phillip learning from his previous mistake, not allowing himself to be drowned in honey, as they say.
Yeah. Nicely flighted delivery from Abhijay Mansingh. This little spell has been quite has been quite impressive from Mansingh. He's not given away much. He's been wicket to wicket. He's given the ball some air, and he's not giving away too much in terms of boundary balls.
Well, skipper Jermaine Blackwood will be very, very happy indeed. You know, Mansing in his seventh over, you know, getting the scalp of Brian Charles. You know, he has figures of 6.3, 1 wicket for 13 runs. You'll take that any day of the week.
Yeah.
And what it does, it allows the skipper to...
Again, good delivery from Mansing.
Yeah, that delivery just holding its line and hitting the inside edge. So Terence Hines just having a little conversation there from the other end. He's encouraging Anderson Phillip to be a bit tighter.
And this one, Phillips is giving this one the long handle. Beats the man at mid-on and goes into the boundary for 4. Phillip freeing the arms a bit.
So nicely flighted delivery, but Anderson Phillip, he was in a no-nonsense mood. He's not going to allow Mansing to throw up those deliveries, and he's just going to be playing it down. Once it is within his arc, he's going to trust his ability, you know, to execute there. And he did that tremendously well.
Yeah, threw the kitchen sink at it. No change in the field. Mid-off stays in place. Mid-on, rather.
Well, I guess when a batter is playing in that mood, you know, you will want to give him an invitation sooner or later again, could you? And try and lure him, you know, into that expansive shot, if I may say so.
Yeah. You know, those low order batsmen really, how long are they going to resist the temptation with that man up at mid-on? But so far, so good for Phillip and Hines.
Well,
107 for 8.
Well, Anderson Phillip does have the ability, you know, in terms of stickability. So one would hope that, you know, he continues to be selective with his stroke play, and more importantly, provide that level of stability for the likes of Terence Hines to continue, you know, to build this total for TNT Red Force.
Yeah, definitely. So it's Hines now been starved off the strike for still a while. This one is punching and taking a single off the first delivery. So indeed, the confidence is shown in Anderson Phillip. Perhaps, though, you think the Jamaicans could be a bit more attacking to Anderson Phillip? The feelers are sort of they're really no, apart from the slip and the forward shot like this one comes off the edge, and again able to go through for a single.
Well, possibly what could happen is skipper Jermaine Blackwood could possibly a bit more aggressive when the likes of Anderson Phillip is on strike. Possibly by putting a gully in position for Jovan Royal, just creating that level of uncertainty for Anderson Phillip when he's prodding forward. But Terence Hines, you know, showing that assurance here, you know, really battling for his team here.
Yeah, it's been admirable up to this stage for Terence Hines. 62 he is now.
So a lot of discussion in the dugout there. Webster.
So single off the 5th delivery down to long off.
So a measured approach here by Terence Hines, just allowing the bowlers to bowl to him, and once they get close to him, he's able to punch those balls down to the boundary riders.
Yeah, so far so good for these two. Put on 25 valuable runs so far. Well flighted delivery which Phillip keeps out. So the end of another over. 63 gone. It's 210 now for 8.
So an excellent recovery by the TNT Red Force, haven't been really under the pump in the first two sessions, making a remarkable recovery here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy, and it's compliments to Terence Hines. Vigil of 63 not out from 85 deliveries, really taking the attack to the Jamaica Scorpion bowlers, and putting them back on the back foot here.
It's Abhijay Mansingh to continue on the southern end.
So I'd like to say a special good evening to Riyad Emirates out in India. Good afternoon to you, bro. And what I like about this pitch, Kadu, is the fact that it's challenging for the batters and for the bowlers. So I think there's a lot of development could happen when pitches of this nature, is produced.
Oh!
Yeah, and we hope that it stays this way. Well, as you know, usually, judging from times gone by, the Brian Lara Cricket Academy, usually the best day to bat is on day 2 and day 3. But still, we see something in it for the bowlers in the final session. This one is tossed up, and Hines goes downtown. And another maximum for Terence Hines as he continues to soldier on. It's 260 now for 8.
And just as I was alluding to, he's allowing the bowlers to bowl to him in terms of he's keeping them out. And then with that, the manner in which he have approached his innings, then you think that you possibly want to come a bit closer to him. And that's what he's waiting for. Once he gets that opportunity, he does have that power, to take you downtown.
Yeah,
so a wonderful strike from Terence Hines.
Yeah, very selective in his approach thus far. 69 he is now from 88 deliveries. And this one, he just pushes this one down to long off. Picks up another easy single.
So Terence Hines basically dictating pace outside there at the moment.
So the field changes for Anderson Phillip. Long on comes back into mid on. Good feeling of his own bowling from Mansingh.
A nicely flighted delivery, inviting that booming drive from Anderson Phillip.
Catch!
This one is given some air, and again Phillip obliges, beats the man up at mid-on and picks up another boundary. So profitable over for the TNT Red Force, 11 from it. Score 221 now for 8.
So lovely on drive there from Anderson Phillip, just waiting on that moment to seize on. And what a wonderful strike indeed, taking on Mansingh there and executing to perfection. With that boundary, the score moves on quickly to 221 for 8.
So it looks like we may get a bowling change from the northern end. As Hines just gets back his gear on.
Ensuring that he has all his PPE on. It's going to be the reintroduction of one of the seamers.
It looks to be Minley, Markino Minley.
So the leader of the pack is being asked to come back and make a breakthrough here for the skipper.
Yeah, it felt like it was just getting a bit too easy for these two, both Phillip and Hines.
Yeah, I thought that possibly that could have been done maybe 3, 4 overs ago, because the batters were basically having, absolutely no challenges whatsoever.
So it's Minley. That's the one slip and the gully. In fact, the gully is now going back to third man. Just the one slip, a whitish one in skipper Jermaine Blackwood. So the lone slip, third man. Extra cover, mid off, mid on, and Hines gets a single out to the point region. So the field changes back again for Philip. It's the one man out on the offside at sweeper position. And 1-2 out on the leg side. Deep backward square and a fine leg. The peel is going up and may have just struck him a bit too high. As we reintroduce Gordon Pear. Hello, Gordon.
Good day, Kadir. As we get ready for the after tea period here, it's been a very interesting day's cricket. Really outstanding performance by Terence Hines here. He's definitely come to the party. He's provided a great lower order batting for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force team. And that's edged away there by Anderson Phillip. And they get 4 runs there. This partnership blossoming here.
Yeah, educational edge. Went all along the ground. No chance for Jermaine Blackwood.
Yes,
bisected the both of them.
Blackwood hands akimbo there. The keeper, both of them wondering what is taking place there. It was perfectly between the two of them. As you see the keeper, Thomas, trying to decide how do we get a block this gap. We see coming into the slip region there as they look to strengthen the slip cordon there. We see it looks like Carlos Brown, who gets into the slip quadrant as they go with the 2 slips a gully. A lot of field changes taking place as this partnership would 41 runs here. He's guiding it there. So Anderson Phillips seems to be doing some work on his batting. Remember, he would have gone to South Africa with the West Indies team. He's now getting back to full fitness. Was injured. Not South Africa, Australia, sorry. So he was injured and now getting back to full fitness. He's been picked for his bowling, but the all-rounders here leading the charge for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force team. The top order not getting clicking. They got some starts though. Getting a start was Webster as well as Adi Silva. But it's been the batting of Hines that been the talking point of today's play. Philip shoulders the arm.
Yeah, Philip growing in confidence. Lets that one go by. By the end of the Marquino Minley over it after 65, it's 226 now for 8. 41 invaluable runs put on by these two. Gordon, and it must be starting to get a bit frustrating for the Jamaican Scorpions at this stage.
Yeah, definitely. You don't like when the lower order batters are really batting on here. Of course, the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force team, they will take every run that they get at this stage. They'll not be happy. They opted to bat first on a track that looked a picture early on. If you told them that they will be 226 for 8 with this partnership being 41, they'll definitely not have expected that this morning. The opening batters going early. We had a score of 41 for 4. Then a bit of a recovery with Joshua De Silva and Webster putting on some good runs, valuable runs, as they carried the total to 112. Then there was a clutter of wickets again, 3 wickets, and the score was just 119. But then a very good partnership between Hines and Brian Charles. Brian Charles playing the Shianka role until just what ended up being the stroke of tea, the last over before tea. He was caught behind for 9. But after tea, these two have come out. Now, the thing is that it is ominous is that if the lower order batters are finding this batting strip to be so good, I think Jamaica would be definitely wanting to get out there to bat.
Yeah, definitely.
65.4 overs gone already in the day's play. So they'll just be about 24 plus. The Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, if they are to get out tonight, they'll want to not leave much overs to bowl to the Jamaican opening batters. Or probably in reverse, they might just want about 10 overs because the batters would be out in the field all day, so they may not be at their very best. As we see the figures there, leading the wicket taker, Green. He's gotten 3 for 48, a bit on the expensive side, but they'll take that for the 3 wickets. Mindy, as he comes to the end of another over, as he begins the end of another over.
Yeah.
He's got the figures of 45 for 2 from 13. He's up against Terence Hine. Toro. He's been undercharged this afternoon.
Quick single. Slight misfield from Mansingh allows them to come through for single.
Yeah, Hine just continuing along. Goes up to 73 of 96 deliveries. It's been beautiful weather all day long for cricket here, Kadir.
Yeah, excellent weather. Sun now out in all its glory. Just a slight breeze blowing across the ground.
It's a big drive up. Yeah, it's one bounce into the fence. Anderson Phillip, take a bow. He's looking like a #1 batsman here.
Yeah, excellent shot from Anderson Phillip. Growing in confidence. Just punching this one back over Marquinhos Minley and picking up another boundary. So Phillip continues to frustrate the Scorpions bowlers. He goes up to 26. And the Red Force total now is 232.
I think any top order batsman would definitely be proud of that shot. He's just coming, checking the drive and punching it over the bowler's head. No fast bowler like to be hit back over his head, especially in a 4-day game. In the T20 version, you may just think that everything's a go.
Yeah.
But in a 4-day game, and the number 10 batter, we saw Shannon Gabriel patted up as well, and we were just wondering whether seniority would have played a role, and Shannon would have gone in at 10. But Phillip showing that he's no rabbit with the bat. He's looked quite comfortable.
Yeah, Anderson Phillip can bat. Has some ability with the bat, as we see. Quite solid technique. He's getting behind those balls and playing straight, which is the key thing. But I'll tell you what, though, he's giving skipper Jermaine Blackwood some headaches. So I don't think With that wicket just before the tea break, you would have thought that this partnership would have continued to go along. 47 it's worth now. Short delivery. Philip is not getting out of the way. Took him by surprise.
I think he's struck on the head. Of course, the concussion protocols would have to take place.
Yeah, this one getting big on him. Anderson Philip. He's going nowhere.
Yeah, he was getting ready to play, really. He was looking to first play with the defensive batter. It got big on him, and then he chose at the last moment to duck under it. He's a tall man. The ball is crashing into the side of the helmet. He seems to be okay, as you see the two umpires there, Brathwaite and Reefer. They both seem to be comfortable. You see a smile on his Philip's face. He seems to be quite okay. But you know, in the modern times, that's not up to the player. That's up to the medical staff. So the physio just going through whatever protocols. All men smiling. You could see they're sharing a good laugh.
Yeah, all well that ends well.
So Philip, after punching Mindy over his head, 3 balls later, he's been struck by a short rising delivery. As you see, the two umpires signaling, one over the shoulder.
Next time, no doubt, by the stump to go.
Yeah, one for the over is the signal from umpire Gregory Brathwaite. So one delivery to finish this Makino Minley over. How does he respond? Another short delivery. And that's...
Are we going to see... You're not supposed to bowl 2 in an over.
Well, this one wasn't that high. This one, Philip had to duck. Didn't get up as high as the previous delivery. So he's allowed to take in another one short.
Well, you see Blackwood there. Yeah, Blackwood is... as you see Brathwaite explaining the same thing you just explained there. Because I thought, hey, that looked like 2 over the shoulder. But Brathwaite definitely showing that he went down. So therefore, a picture tells 1,000 words. Of course, the stop mic not giving us any secrets there. But it's royal to continue. And Hines, he's now grown in confidence to Philip. He's not afraid to give Philip the strike on the very first ball of the over. Philip has shown that he is no mug with a bat, no rabbit. You've got to put some respect to his name, some handle to his name. Lower order batter, not tail ender.
Yeah.
And he just pushes it up the onside of the pitch to long on, and they jog through. So things getting easier here. It seems like the Tobago Red Force, they've got their eyes set on 250 plus. Of course, some points for getting to 250. At one stage this morning, it didn't look like if it was possible. But now just 16 runs away. So that will be the first order of business.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely. At 41 for 4 this morning in the first hour of play. Was looking all the way over the Jamaica Scorpions. But do you think at this stage, Gordon, the Scorpions may have just missed a trick somewhere along the line?
Yeah, definitely. When you saw the Scorpions had all the pressure going, and then you saw the skipper, Blackwood, taking the ball to bowl 3 overs. You know, he had 3 overs for the day's play. Definitely, that's a sign that you're loosening the screws. At that time, you want to tighten the screws. You want your best bowlers to be up there. You're looking to run through the Trinidad and Tobago batting. I think they allowed some of the batters just to get in. That breathing space there when they had them 119 for 7. I think it was a time that they should have gone for the knockout punch. Instead, credit to Hines. He fought back, but he was allowed the opportunity to fight back. You know, he was allowed the opportunity to fight back because there was no real pressure when you saw Royal at one end and then Blackman and then Blackwood, sorry. So they just allowed the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force team back into this competition. Of course, they say hindsight is 2020. So looking back, he may just think that he missed, as we see one of the Jamaicans, they're down on the pitch. Yes, good work there, doing some work on the boot. So our cameraman being very vigilant and seeing the stories that are being told here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy.
It's something that you're going to be very pleased about.
Yes, we love to tell the stories. Stories are told by pictures, words, and of course, other songs. We've got no singing going on here, so we have to get it with words and the good camera work. There's the Philip just turning it on to the onside. Hines is through as they inch closer to the first goal of 250. So that's the 50 partnership. What a partnership has been. The major contributor, Anderson Phillip, he's contributed 28. 22 from Hines. So Philip, he's definitely come to the dance.
And this is back-to-back 50 partnerships for TNT Red Force. Previous partnership with 66. And of course this one 50 unbroken.
It's getting big, but he's able to just play it out. There's no one in the gully. And that's where you think that he would have just missed a trick. Now, some runs are getting onto the board, but you think there were periods in the game where he just relaxed the field. You know, he relaxed the field. He wasn't aggressive in terms of looking for the knockout blow. Of course, in cricket, he would have adjusted the pitch. He would have adjudged the pitch and decided that it's a pitch. It's an in-swinging Yorker. Well played there by Philip. Philip seems to have a lot of batting in him.
Yeah.
Look at it again. This one was swinging in.
Yeah, he takes his batting very serious.
Able to crack down on that in-swinging Yorker.
Anderson Phillip takes a lot of pride in his game. Not one to give it away at this stage is Anderson Phillip. Mainly though, asking some questions, showing some variety. Previous over, he had some short deliveries. Now he's pitching it up in the block hole, as we say.
Yeah, he's been bowling good. He's been good for his skipper. He's been doing the job that his skipper has asked. He will be looking to get a breakthrough here. He's quickly back to his top of his mark because they'd be just behind the over rate. Smindley. Well played there. He watched it all onto the bat.
I think though that Blackwood has one man too much outside. I would probably put a man in close catching on the offside. A short cover. Just for that up his drive. And just tempt Anderson Phillip. At this stage, he's going along relatively comfortably. Nothing is really troubling apart from those short deliveries in the previous over. Apart from that, he's getting behind those balls, looking solid, scoring when he has to. And
he just allowed the privilege of the ease of just leaving that one outside the off stump. So at the end of 69 overs, the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, after winning the toss and deciding to bat, they are 236 for 8. A scorecard that definitely tells a picture. Webster and De Silva getting a start, but the main story of the day's play is Terrence Hines. He's on 75 from 102 balls. He's accompanied by Philip, who's on 28 from 51 balls. And I think this partnership here, it's going to be a very, very important partnership as Royal continues from the southern end, the C3 end.
And what a way to make your entry back into the 11 if your Terrence Hines had a bit of a slight injury and he didn't participate in the previous 2 rounds, I think it was, and back in the 11 for the final round, and immediately showing up and putting in a performance, and how pleasing that must be.
Well, he wasn't injured, but he was injured, but he was playing domestic cricket. So you read into that what you may.
Yeah.
So he uses injury time well. They say some people use their sick leave quite well. So he was using his injury time well, getting himself into form. And he scored 120 plus over the weekend. And he's backing it up by a brave 76 here, thus far unbeaten.
Beautiful, beautiful, Ryan.
Anderson Phillip there showing his full repertoire. And you're seeing Hines quite willing to just rotate the strike, taking the single off the very first delivery of the over. And Phillip is leaving something for the photographers. I saw some of them just come into the ground to just get some pictures and go home. So they would get a picture of Anderson Phillip showing his good defensive batting.
Yeah, it really looks like the Jamaican Scorpions just going through the motions at this stage. No one really geeing the guys up. Need some sort of a lift from somewhere.
So, as you would say, batting. Anderson Phillip looking quite impressive. Just tickling this one off the legs. We'll look at the umpire to see if it comes off just the legs. As umpire Reefer just signals it's a leg by, so a leg by of the final ball of the over. So moving comfortably along as they approach the 250 mark. Just 12 from that. That'd be one of the first goals of this Trinidad and Tobago Red Force team.
Yeah, and of course the second new ball due in just about 10 overs time. So that's another thing for Jermaine Blackwood to consider.
You know, he's caught in between the conundrum of bowling his faster bowlers or his premium strike bowlers through, and they're not being well rested. He's still got Green in the tank as well as Shields, but I think Mindy was the trouble the batters the most, so I think he should have just probably pull him off for a rest. But he needs to get wickets, and there's only 2 more left.
Yeah. So it's 238 for 8. Just 12 short of that 250 mark, which I'm sure.
And he pulls the short ball out of the hat. Welcome, Mindy, as he opens this over. Just welcoming Phillip. Phillip getting out of the way quite easily.
No close catches in. If it was to come off the glove, if Phillip was to take some sort of evasive action, no close catches in. Just the one slip on a gully. And this one takes the outside edge. And again, it's running down to that vacant third man area. And Anderson Phillip picks up another boundary. 242 now for 8.
They say if you're going, go hard. He went hard. It flew over the top of the gully region and down to the boundary fence for 4. So as they continue to go merrily along, looking to get to this 250 total. I think they'll be, when they reach 250, they'll revise what they're looking for. Probably they'll set the goal of 280. And they send the third man just about, take out the man out of the gully and sets about just a shortish third man. That delivery just beating him all ends up there. Mindy hands akimbo. He's probably thinking he's done all that he can. He's bowled the Yorker, the short ball, when he's pitched it up, it's gotten the intelligent edge through the slips over the gullies. And now when you get through him, it beats everything and into the gloves of the keeper. So he's he's probably ruining his luck right now. He's wondering, what can I do next?
Yeah, frustration for the Scorpions.
And showing the full face of the bat there. Anderson Phillip. He's putting some voice back into the dugout. The Trinidad and Tobago dugout. You can hear them just cheering him on.
Yeah, I just heard a cheer coming out from the Red Force dugout, saying to Terrence Hines, Anderson Phillip is stealing the show.
Yeah. Well, he's in partnership with Terrence Hines.
I'm sure Terrence Hines wouldn't mind that. Batting in partnerships at this stage, what a crucial partnership. 57 it's with invaluable runs. And the key thing about it too, Gordon, is that they faced 104 deliveries.
Yeah.
So they've batted time.
Yes, they've definitely done so. You know, there's an advertisement that says priceless a partnership here. Because they've also, in terms of, they've allowed the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force team to bat almost the entire day. You know, so that is something that they would have set out to do when they won the toss and decided to bat. So that brings the end of another Marquin Mindy over. At the end of it, the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, they are 242 for 8. At the crease, we've got an unbeaten Terrence Hines. He's on 76. And Anderson Phillip, he's on 32. Yes, you heard me right. Anderson Phillip, he's on 32. But it's going to be Terrence Terro Hines to face up to Royal. And what has continued?
No, Brad, no.
What has continued from the rest of overs, where on the very first ball, you see they're easily just getting that single. Terrence Hines just glad to go up to the other end and watch Hines and watch Anderson survive the rest of overs.
Catch him.
So now we see a short mid-wicket. Straightish one though. In fact, it's like a short mid-on, yeah. Short mid-on, catching.
Is a man in a straightish mid-wicket as well.
Yeah.
But Anderson Phillip, it has not bothered him. He continues to bat on, soldiering on here, doing just what his team offered, his team needed.
Yeah, so he's doing well so far. Very watchful and doing exactly what needs to be done in this situation.
No, Lassie.
Good batting here. You're hearing the Jamaican team, they want one more, they want one more.
None.
So at the end of another Royal over, Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, they're 243 for 8.
So just 8 more overs for the second new ball. Will skipper Jermaine Blackwood take it?
Yeah, I think he will. You know, that new bowler always seems to get wickets for more reason than one. Of course, it's harder. Get a little bit of swing. It comes off the bat. So even though you may just squander some runs, leak some runs, you normally get the wicket, the breakthroughs. So we're looking at Anderson Phillips, and we're dealing with, for this season, he's played 2 matches. He's scored 53 runs thus far, and the same story continues as he just takes the run of the first ball.
So Hines goes up to 78, 244 for 8. Philip is 32. Minley into his 17th over, 2 for 57. How badly he would want to break through for the Scorpions. And this time Philip is just opening the face on it and getting a single down to third man. Brings Hines back on strike.
Yeah, so for Trinidad and Tobago, in first class cricket, Anderson Phillip, he would have played 19 matches. He had 32 innings. He scored 267 runs. His highest is 36 not out. So he's on that. He's approaching that score. And it's going to be quick. He's got to hurry. Gets there safely in the end. So a quick single as they try to get to that 250 mark. So Anderson Phillip looking to put in a career best performance here.
Yeah, he's on the cusp of his highest score in first class cricket. 33 he is. 3 away from that score.
For the West Indies, though, he would have had a score of 53.
Another short delivery from Minley. And again, Philip negotiates it quite comfortably.
So Mindy, he has got 2 more deliveries. Let's see what he has to offer. It's the old bumper.
He's digging in it halfway down. Is Marquinhos Minley.
One more, doggy. One more.
At this stage, nothing really happening for him. Philip has been resolute.
Yeah, so Terence Hines, he has a best of 102 not out in first class cricket. He'll definitely want to match that today or get more than that. He's on 79 thus far. As another Minley overs comes to an end. So Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, they're 246 for 8. Just 4 runs as we see the Trinidad and Tobago dog out there. Seem to be looking quite relaxed now, painting a different picture from what we saw earlier. As that's Hines. No, that's Webster. Sorry. Just being quite relaxed, putting up the legs.
Having a good old convo, Webster and Charles.
Probably just saying that he could have gotten a couple more. But it's Hines who's going to continue. Royal coming in from the southern end, the C3N. And just guided it down to the third man region. As they get closer and closer, edge it ever closer to that important 250 run mark.
Thank you.
As you see, Anderson retaking his mark. Through the mic, you'll hear center umps. And he was quite engaged in good pleasantries. Thank you, umps. So, and there's a big shot. Oh, it's flied. And it races away to the boundary fence. So that brings up the 250 for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. So mission 1 accomplished.
It's 251 for 8. Philip again throwing his bat outside off stump. Getting it a bit uppish in the gap though. And ran away for 4 more. So
Well, they say when you go, go hard. He went hard. Was a bit uppish, but it was safe. So he's on to a career best in terms of first class. He's on 37 not out. I think now personally he'll sort of fix his gears on getting to 50. Now the top order batters, there's a quick. He's unable to pick it up there, as you heard Blackwood in the mics just saying, pick it up. Yeah, he attempted it. That was Thomas, the keeper.
He had to run after it, pick it up and throw it in one motion. Not easy. So another single to Philip. 38 years brings Hines on strike.
Hines on 80. He'll be looking at the 20 to get to his 100. Philip will be looking at the 11 to get to his 50. So now they can reset and think about personal goals. The first job for the team has been done. I think the Jamaica Scorpions captain just missing a beat, missing a trick. Ball just going down into the gully region. And it brings the overturn in. So now that's the end of the 74th over. Now, if you were the Jamaica captain with 6 overs remaining, do you ask your big fast bowler mainly to continue? Well, I think we've gotten the answer, as there's going to be I think looks like a change in bowling as we see our cameraman on the far side, Kevin, we like to call him Kevin Gregg.
Change the bowler, right arm over.
But it's going to be a change of bowling, as we were just debating what to do. The answers come from the shelf. It's going to be Shields.
OJ Shields to pick up the attack from the northern end.
It's been a bit expensive. His bowling level overs this morning. Well, today, for 48 runs, he's gotten that 1 wicket. He's up against a well-set Anderson Phillip. And he welcomes him with the short ball. Phillip just getting out of the way.
Yeah, there seems to be a plan now from the Scorpions bowlers to dig it in short at Anderson Phillip. As they sort of gone to the last resort, as he's been so good with those deliveries that is pitched up and what have you. He's shown a good technique. So sort of a last resort stuff with digging it in it short at him. But again, no close catches.
Yeah, and he just plays this one down and gets off a strike. He's into his 40s. Well played 40 thus far. Tobago will be hoping that he can get 40 more. Well, the man who has 40 more is Terran Hines. He's on 80. It's been a 2-gear innings from Terran Hines. He came out in 6th gear, and then he's geared down and applied himself.
Batsmanship from Terrence Hines. Another short delivery.
There's a short ball. He gets out of the way, and then he just mimics a helping it on shot. Probably just trying to get into the fast bowler's mind. No fast bowler likes to see the batter just ducks out of the ball easily. They like to see a bit of stress, even though you may not be hit. They like to see that you're under a bit of stress when you see the early and duck out. They just feel a bit aggrieved, but that is one over the shoulder. He's pitching up and he's just driving it out square of the wicket. just taking over the run here, as that's the 4th delivery of the over.
Yeah, the Jamaican Scorpions really look as though they sort of been, I don't want to say battered out of the contest just yet, but they're very relaxed in the field. I'm not hearing much chatter, much chirping coming from them. Seem to be a bit flat with this partnership. Currently 69 it's worth. Another short delivery which Philip negotiates comfortably. And with each pass and delivery, it's greeted with some cheers from the supporters and the Red Force dugout. Pitched up delivery, and Philip is flicking this one. And guess what? Philip is flicking for 6. My. Drifting onto the legs, and Anderson Phillip helping it over. Deep backward square. Look at that. Some flair right at the end. And in the gap. All the way for 6. So finishes the over on a high is Anderson Phillip. He goes on to 46 at the end of 75 overs. The Red Force 260 now for 8. As we're going to have drinks here at the Brown Lar Cricket Academy. And with that, we take a quick break and we'll be back with you shortly.
Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, they're 260 for 8. As it seems like to continue from the northern end. Not quite sure just yet. It seems to be Royal. So Royal just changing. No, it's not Royal. In fact, it is Royal. Just changing from the northern to the southern end.
Nirvana.
He's
Run some more to Nirvana.
He's going to continue from the southern end. Sorry. And he's in and up to Hines. And Hines just, that has become normal for him. He just plays it out. So Royal looking to change the angle here.
Anderson Phillip lining up a 50, 46 years.
It's a battle within a battle here. Oh, it's gone up in the air.
I've just come off the pad.
The angle there just butting him. Well, trying to change the angle. It's coming from over the wicket, left arm over. It's coming around the wicket, mainly to the right-handed. But he's just trying to change the angle. He's trying something because the game just seemed to float away from the Jamaican Scorpions. Of course, they would have been quite happy at 41 for 4 and then 119 for 7. But after that, the Trinidad and Tobago batters have definitely fought back. First, a partnership between Hines and Charles. And this one even more enterprising with 76 between Hines and Phillip.
Yeah.
So Phillip looking to get to that 50. And that's the end of the over there. So at the end of the 76 over, the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, after winning the toss and deciding to bat first, they won 61 for 8. Terrence Hines, he's on 82. And Anderson Phillip, he's on 46, a career best 46. He'll be looking to get to his first class 50. Of course, he's got not a test 50 or 53.
So another bowling change. Brad Barnes into the attack now. So the plan is definitely clear that the Jamaica Scorpions are waiting for the second new ball. Introducing sort of a part-timer in Brad Barnes. It's a very important juncture of the game.
Sam, I'm doing commentary there. I'll hold it up. I'm doing commentary. Get now. I'm doing commentary. I'll hold it up. Yeah.
So it's Brad Barnes from the northern end. Terrence Hines on strike. Just the one slip, a backward point. Extra cover out on the boundary. Cover. Long off. Long on. A short mid-wicket. Deep mid-wicket. And a deep backward square. So just about 12.5 overs remain in the day's play. This one is tickled down the leg side and it's gonna get that boundary. So Hines picks up another boundary badly lined by Barnes, and the man was too square. This one tickled fine by Hines.
So Hines continuing to motor on. He's on just about 86. Barnes here brought in just to use up the ball as they try to get to the new ball with their faster bowlers rested. Hines 15 away from first class 100. He's playing it, it's beating the man, but they'll only get one. As the man from long off comes across.
So 87 is Hines now. 265 for 8. Red Force continue to frustrate the Jamaica Scorpions on this, the first day of the final round of games in the Cricket West Indies 4-day championship.
Well played there by Anderson Phillip. He's really seemed to be unbothered, really.
Partnership has gone on to 81 from 140, the best of the innings so far.
He's just played it out on the offside. Keeps the strike. And there's Anderson Phillip as he gets closer and closer. He's risen the spirits of the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force dugout. They were quiet at one point.
And how Leroy Lugg would probably ruin that chance where he dropped Anderson Phillip when he was just on about 4 at that stage of the bowling of Mansing. And Phillip have added a further 43 runs. So rubbing salt into the wounds of the Scorpions. And since that, he's not given away any chances.
Yeah, most definitely. He's batted responsibly. He's mixed attack with defense. He's gotten his 47 from 85 balls. Low calls of weight.
Down the leg side, the appeal is going up. And a hopeful one by the Scorpions, nothing doing from umpire Leslie Reefer.
There's one just going down the leg side. You could have seen from the wicketkeeper, he didn't appeal. The slip was up though, as well as the bowler.
So they've now employed a short mid-wicket, or a short mid-on, rather. Phillip continues to be solid.
Yeah, long forward using his good reach. Has reached a good effect. Of course, Royal, not a big spin of the ball. Mostly just likes to straighten and get the ball off of the, using his angles.
Yeah, Jeffrey Royal. Young man.
This one comes off the edge. They're going quickly for the first, the turn. And it's going to be 2. So he goes up to 49. That's Phillip. Trying to make a total going on to 268. 269 for 8. A quick single. And he gets his 50. Anderson Phillip. He gets his first class 50. He raises his bat to the Trinidad and Tobago dugout.
A proud moment for Anderson Phillip. Came together with Terrence Hines with the score tottering on 170 odd or 180 odd for 8, and he put his head down and played the knock of his life so far. He's gone on to 50 exact, not out, and he's lent good support to Terence Hines on the other end.
Well,
who we may feel at this stage he's sort of shielding Terence Hines.
well, I was just about to say he's got 50 out of that 85 runs, so he's added more than support. In fact, Terence Hines have been quite willing to just take the single off the very first delivery and allow Anderson Phillip to negotiate the rest of the over. He's done it well thus far. He's up against Brad Barnes. Short outside the off stump. Of course, Anderson Phillip would know that although he's gotten to a personal milestone, he'll definitely want to look now to what's pushing the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force total to over 300. As he leave alone there, looking quite composed.
Yeah, looking very competent is Anderson Phillip. Impressive little knock from fast bowler.
He tries it back. Good fielding there by the bowler. Good fielding off his old bowling. A bit of a counter attack here by the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force.
Yeah, definitely.
And he's going for the big shot. This is going to go all the way for 6. Anderson Phillip. Anytime they've come into his arc, he's been lifting them over the top of the field. And they're bringing out the long handle.
Yeah, excellent shot from Anderson Phillip again. Hitting with whatever turn is on offer. And hitting it way out on that grass bank. The embankment to the western side of the ground and picking up a huge 6. So he goes on to 56 now. And the Red Force continue to progress. 276 for 8. So you've gotten the 275 now, Gordon.
Yes, definitely.
So you got to recalibrate as to what figure now.
That's how you play the game. You know, you need to set small goals, and as you achieve them, you continue. Oh, he's beating him all ends up outside the stump. Good comeback ball there from Barnes. Just as in life, that's why I love sport so much. Just as in life, you set small goals, and as you achieve them, you're able to set bigger goals, you know. But one don't come before the other. So firstly, getting to 250 would have been the team goal. Then getting to 50 for Anderson Phillips. And now I think Terence Hines will be looking to get some strike, as he is just 13 away from what would be a well-played 100. And then after that, on the way to achieving those goals, you'd see that the score would be going up. You'd be closer to 300. And then the team total of 300 will be there. As we see the bowling figures, they are green. He's been the most successful thus far. Taking 3 for 48. As we see, it's Green who's going to be replacing Royal at the southern end. As it looks to be the new Cherry is due. It's 80 overs in the day. So immediately you see the skipper of the Jamaica Scorpions, Blackwood, asking for that new Cherry. The two batters meet mid-pitch. They'll be having a discussion. Terence Hines, he's going to face up. As we see umpire Reefer just signaling that the new Cherry has been taken. It's the new ball.
Yeah, with this new ball, the Scorpions would hope that this ball brings some sort of luck for them as they try to prize out another wicket. 276 for 8. New ball has been taken. And Duval Green is going to operate from the southern end. Ball well so far. 12 overs, 3 for 48. Going to be bowling to the well-set Terence Hines, though.
I love to see this field. I love to see this field though for the for the fast bowler. When Terrence Hines came in, the faster bowlers were operated, and he immediately counter-attacked. I think he took the sting out of them. It'll be interesting to see how he goes here with fast bowlers expected from both ends.
Well, he's gone. Yeah, well, he's gone on 2 slips. A third man, a backward point on the boundary, extra cover, mid off, mid on, deep backward square, and a fine leg.
Green outside the off stump. Hines just going across, getting an opportunity to look at it, and he just leaves it alone into the hands of the wicketkeeper. I think uttermost in Hines' mind will be that next 13 runs for him to get to what will be a well-deserved 100 here. I think it will be this is a statement knock here. Oh,
And they deserve some luck. This one going very close to the leg stump, taking the inner portion of the bat, and able to get a single. 88 he goes up to. 277 now for 8.
well, the stump mic sound like it was bowled. It passed pretty close to the stump mic, in fact. So a bit rushed there. So it's going to be Philip. And of course, he's been good against the faster bowlers with the older ball. But this is the brand new cherry. It's outside the off stump there, and he's able to just leave it alone. Green will have to come closer.
He doesn't need to change anything from what he's been doing previously.
Yeah, Philip, he's shown himself to be a quite capable batter. I think in the modern world of cricket, the all-rounders, yeah, you don't want any rabbits on your batting lineup. You want a player who at least can play. Oh, that one doing a lot there.
Keep it low as well.
Yeah,
Scooted through. But look at this one again.
kept low, it moved as well. Yeah,
Barely got up.
bouncing before he got to the wicketkeeper Thomas. So Green, he's gotten the figures of 49 for 3, or 3 for 49. The big off driver. So a bit of frustration stepping in here. Yeah, that one's shaping away. So he's getting a bit of movement there with this new ball, Green.
Yeah, foot went nowhere. And listen, Philip just threw his hands at it. Luckily, didn't take the edge. Bowling from Green, good areas. Operating in that corridor of uncertainty. So a bit too straight. And picked off by Philip.
It's gonna be. They got 2 runs there. Getting through quite easily, so that brings the end to another Davol Green over. At the end of it, 3 for 51. That's his figures. The Red Force, though, they sold their own to 279 for 8. Now Kadir, with the score at 180 something plus, 180 plus, 8 wickets down. Would you have thought that we'd have been getting ready to get a 100 partnership here as well? They're on 94.
Definitely in my wildest dreams, I would never have thought this. But of course, Anderson Phillip and Terrence Hines had other ideas, making use of what is still a very good pitch for batting. And
It's going to be Shields to continue. Remember, at the toss, assistant coach David Williams was out there, and he said, if you can't get runs on this, you can't get runs much places else in the world. The top order didn't get much on it, but Terrence Hines, he's showing application. Anderson Phillips. Short on Terrence Hines, trying to help it on its way.
They're almost predicting that sort of length from OJ Shields. Just looking to help it on its way. Fine leg is very square. Felt like he would have missed out. Doesn't want to give it away at this stage. It's been going on so well, 88 years. Definitely want to get to those 3 figures.
Yeah, just 12 away from what would be a deserved 100 here. Shields. Short, and he's put it up in the air, but it's gone all the way for 6. The fielder down there, he just, even as the ball was hit, he began to gesticulate.
Yeah, too short from OJ Shields and dismissed by Terrence Hines way into the stands there. And Hines and the 100 partnership comes up with that 6, exactly 100. What a contribution from these two. But I'm sure that this would definitely be not something that the Jamaican Scorpions would be taking too lightly.
Yeah, it really has been a partnership of good quality. Both batters contributing well to it. Terrence Hines looking set for what would be a well-played 100. There he's again, a loud appeal, and the finger goes up there.
Unfortunate the way Terrence Hines has to go. LBW it is, and the end of a brilliant knock by Terrence Hines. 94, he falls 6 short of an agonizingly close century. And as we take a look at this one again, Gordon, Terrence Hines is not happy.
Let's look at it again. Wow, it's close. It's close. I think he got it right. The ball shaped back in. It pitched. It lined like it was going down the leg side. Look at it again. But then it straightened. Yeah, pretty close. Pretty close. But the takedown away. It's been an excellent knock there from Terrence Hines. Terrence Hines definitely deserved to walk out here. He came out with his team in a poor position. When he left, they were in a much stronger position here. He would have wanted to get to that 100.
Yeah, excellent knock from Terrence Hines. 94, he has to go for. Shannon Gabriel, the new man.
Well, I don't want to say anything about Shannon Gabriel batting, but normally he doesn't stick around long. So you're seeing that it's probably a bit high. That's Terrence Hines.
Yeah, and of course we don't have the evidence of
the review.
This, yeah, that slow motion replay in DRS and what have you.
But
so it's 285 for 9.
Yeah, Shannon Gabriel, he's going to the crease. He'll want to definitely stick around. And now there's that total of 300. They're on 285. 15 runs away. How do you approach it? Do Shannon just play down? He's got 3 more deliveries in this over.
Well, I think the thought process from Shannon Gabriel is to just see out these deliveries and just bat around Anderson Phillip, as Phillip was doing at the start of his innings with Terrence Hines. So Shannon Gabriel just has to sort of mirror that approach at the start.
3 deliveries remaining.
Well, Shields, he's gotten the breakthrough The new ball doing the trick. Just as they got to a 100-run partnership. A 100-run partnership for the ninth wicket. Immediately, we see the slips return. So it's 3 slips, a gully, a man at a forward square, a man at point, cover, mid-on, and a man at fine leg. Going for that effort ball there. Short ball outside the off stump. Gabriel happy just to see that one go through. So 2 more deliveries left in this over.
So 3 slips, gully, backward point, cover. In fact, it's a wideish short mid-off, short mid-on, bat pad, fine leg.
Give me short outside the off stump.
I think Oja, she's just missing a trick with this new ball, just trying to hammer it in the surface. Not really getting much of a response from the surface. But I advise to pitch the ball up.
Well, Gabriel will be quite happy with what is going on there. That ball outside the off stump. You're not troubling Gabriel. You know, it's just 1 more delivery for this over. He'll want to get to it. And he's playing and missing outside the off stump there. So that brings the over to an end. At the end of it, the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, they're 285 for 9 after 81 overs. We've got the scorecard there. Look at the wicket. In fact, that's the last delivery over the over there, just outside the off stump. So Kadir, this morning, you made the toss. 285 for 9 after 81 overs. A good decision, a good toss to win?
Well, at the end of the day, 285 for 9 represents a decent effort, but it's not something that you would be pleased with because the top order batsmen really didn't offer much. And taking into consideration, batsmen in the middle were able to get starts but not carry on is something that needs to be addressed. But take nothing away from the lower order, the resilience of the lower order in Terrence Hines, Anderson Phillip, Brian Charles, and Joshua De Silva as well. Take nothing away from those important partnerships. But I'm sure the Red Force think tank would not be happy with the way the opening partnership has been going throughout this entire competition.
Well, it's green to continue. The first ball of the over, Anderson Phillip took the single. I think he's taking a page out of how Terrence Hines dealt with him. But of course, he's a more apt batsman than Shannon Gabriel. But let's see what happens. And he flicks it off the legs. And he's off the mark. So Shannon Gabriel is off the mark. A lot of chairs all around the ground. And it's Anderson Phillip. They've kept 2 catchers in the slips.
Yeah, big fast bowler loves this batting.
And he's driving it aerial. Drops safely.
Brings Gabriel back on strike. Would you have taken this single?
No, I would not. But I think Anderson Phillips, he's just caught up in the moment here. He's enjoying his batting. He's playing his strokes and running through. He's not shepherding anybody. And of course, as soon as Gabriel is back in strike, all the slips return. wide outside your stump, and Gabriel with a big flashing blade outside your stump.
Yeah, feet going nowhere. Sheldon Gabriel loves his batting though.
I don't think he loves his batting. Shannon Gabriel is no spring chicken in cricket. He definitely would have improved his batting. Those are non-cricketing shots there. Again, it's like a replay. It's like you're having one shot, deja vu. If we show over this replay, it will look similar to the one before. It will look similar to the one in the last over. His foot going nowhere. Head in the air, bat away from the body. It's not what you want to show the young kids learning to bat. So he doesn't love his batting. If he loves his batting, it looks something more like Anderson Phillip. Not that because Anderson Phillip got runs, but you see he's attempting to play. He's been, as they say, he's been around the tongue. So that brings the overturn end, though.
Just 7 more remain in the day's play. So as the shadows begin to lengthen on the Brown Lara Cricket Academy, it's been a very enthralling day of cricket. Started with Jamaica Scorpions rattling Red Force early on, picking up 4 quick wickets. 4 for 41, the score at that stage.
Yeah, and of course, those 4 wickets included the 2 experienced batters of Darren Bravo and Jason Mohammed.
Yeah.
2 openers as well were back in the hutch. Kamal Purana on debut, just getting 8. It's going to be Shields here. His captain will be asking him to settle down and get the job done. He's up against Anderson Phillip. Phillip has been solid. He's scored a 50. This is his highest first class total. Charging in the Shields. Short. And he pulls it away. But they'll only get 1. So of the very first delivery, he's off the mark. Out of strike, and Shannon Gabriel has the next 5 to negotiate.
It's up to you, Gabriel.
Well, he's gotten close. The Red Force, they're getting closer, inching closer to that 300 mark. 289 for 3.
289 for 3 would have been ideal.
I mean, 289 for 9. Where am I seeing 3? 3 threes are 9, probably. So 289 for 9.
Now, would you be happy with this batting effort?
I think, all things being considered, I will say yes. But I think the manner that the top order lost their wickets, when you think about the 2 openers really gifting their wickets away, the manner Bravo was out, Mohammed was out. And it seems like Gabriel is batting with a door that he can open and close. So I think he's just opening the door because he seems to be. So I think he's just opening the door because he seems to be just playing and missing.
Gabriel is getting some stick from the members in the crowd.
You see, the Silver, he's already padded up. So they're waiting for any time now to close up this innings. And Gabriel again just playing and missing.
Yeah, can't lay bat on ball. It's Shannon Gabriel.
Yeah, but I think Shields is bowling very inexperienced bowling here. Yeah, you hear Anderson Phillip telling him he appreciates what he's doing in the stump mic. That's because Shields is not troubling the batter. There you're seeing one of his teammates walking behind him with the ball, probably giving him instruction. Yes, that's his fast bowling partner. in Mindley. Seeing me the man play. Yeah. And this one on the off stump. And the bat coming down there. Gabriel. So one more ball left for the over. Oh, two more balls. So it's two. As you see Philip, you hear Philip just giving the instruction that two is left. And it's a big shot. It's up in the air. It's over the top of mid-off. But it's run and stop. So they'll get a single. So there's a lot of noise, a lot of chirping in the stands. Yeah, he just playing it up over the head of the fielder at mid-off.
Yeah, good enough connection to get it over the man at mid-off's head.
Well, now this is where it's a bit of a relaxed field. This field is not saving one. And Anderson Phillip will like to just get a single to be able to keep the strike.
Yeah.
This time he is playing a baseball shot.
Overboard.
So that's the end of the over. At the end of 84 overs, the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, after deciding to bat first, they're 290 for 9. Terrence Hines, he top scores thus far. He went for 94. Presently batting Anderson Phillip, he's on 61 for 105 balls. He's in partnership with Shannon Gabriel. Gabriel on 2 from 11 deliveries. And Gabriel will have to face Green here.
We expect the bowling partnership, but in this case, it's a batting partnership of Gabriel and Philip.
As we see the silver, the wicketkeeper, already ready here. He's talking to the skipper, Darren Bravo. Bravo there, sporting the name Michael. Of course, if the Jamaica Scorpions get this last wicket, they'll just have to face a couple of overs. When overs are deducted for the changeover, probably just about 3 overs.
Yeah, providing they get this wicket in this over.
Yeah. Well, Sharon Gabriel, though, he's been doing what he needs to do effectively. Let's just describe it at that. He's kept the ball out of the stumps. When the ball has been away from him, he's played and missed. But it's Green chasing in. And again, just playing and missing there, Sharon Gabriel. I think that would be enough.
I think he's faced 13 deliveries now, and about 10 of them has gone past the edge.
Well, it's good batting because he's not gotten the edge. And then when they pitch it on the stump, he somehow managed to keep it out. Just as I said, and that's a beautiful shot. It seems to be going very close to the boundary. Royal is behind it. And Gabriel settling for 2. He could have gotten 3. But yeah, you see Anderson Phillip probably just telling him that. But he was jogging through. He's got a smile on his face. I understand what you say. He loves batting. He enjoyed the moment, but he definitely doesn't love batting. Otherwise, he would have applied himself more to that aspect of his cricketing game. But he's batting with a smile on his face. Going down the leg side there, Green. Green has been unable to line it up correctly here. This last wicket pair here already, adding 7. When they came together, they needed 15 to get to 300. So with 8 more, they can get to the 300 mark, which will be another major milestone for the Red Force team. Getting past that mental hurdle of 300.
Well played by Gabriel, presenting the full face of the bat, showing the maker's name.
You go bat, man. You worried? I say you go bat. You worried?
The end of another over. It's 292 now for 9:85 gone. Just 5 overs remain in the day's play.
Yeah, from Sunday. She go pass for sure. Yeah. From Sunday, God's play like that. Listen, she getting problem with physics. Yeah, easy. So they've survived another over here. As Anderson Phillips is going to be on strike. Shields to continue. So Shields looking to continue here. He's charging in. There's a big shot. It's up in the air. Running in. Ah, he's put it down.
It's Leroy Log again. Leroy Log, the guilty party. He had to cover quite some ground. Running in from the mid-wicket boundary. He got there in the end and he would have felt that. He should have held on. Bounced out. And
At
another
this level,
chance.
he definitely got to take that. Anderson Phillip riding his luck now. He'll still want to get the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force team over 300. As we see field changing galore taking place. So Shields looking to continue here. And well played there by Gabriel, keeping that one out.
.93 now for 9-7 short of that 300 mark. Anderson Phillip though, how much has he impressed you?
Yeah, he's definitely shown correct temperament. He has the correct technique, and I think he's could improve into a bit of an all-rounder. You know, I don't want to start a class him with the likes of Jason Holder and the likes, but he's showing, and that's a no ball. So another extra run there, just striving for that extra yard apiece. Shields. This partnership has definitely frustrated the Jamaican Scorpion. The Jamaican Scorpions, they would have been frustrated with the partnership before. That was about 100 between Hines and Phillip. But this last wicket partnership, they've not been able to just mop up the tail.
Continues to frustrate the Jamaica Scorpions. Slash again from Gabriel. Slash and miss.
Yeah, when you see Gabriel bat, it proves to me that your statement that he loves batting, really. He really probably enjoyed the experience, but he does love batting. because his foot is nowhere near the ball. There's no technical shape towards playing a proper cricketing shot. It looks something out of the baseball books. It's going to be Shields to try to get rid of him. That one just raising a bit.
Yeah, OJ Shields just guilty of bowling just a tad too short, I think.
And this is where the real quality, in the fast bowling department comes in. You're bowling to a tail ender. You just look to line up, pitch it up, let the ball do its stuff. There's no need to try to bowl him out. As you're seeing here, you're seeing Shields and Green to a lesser extent really exerting effort. Yeah, and there's another no ball. So he's gone over the front crease. He's also not lined up. He's not really gotten the batter to play. Just imagine the number 10 batter. He's faced already 22 deliveries. The majority of them he's not had to play. He's played at them, every one of them. But he's not. He didn't get the edge because they were so wide outside the off stump. So I think it's really not good here by the Jamaican Scorpions. And I think this bowling effort in general sums up their season. And the inside edge is racing away over the goal and is into the boundary fence for 4. So they're up to 299 here.
Yeah, 299 for 9. The score, the inner portion of the bat, proving to be good for Shannon Gabriel on this occasion. Gets it out that deep square leg position and gets a boundary.
Yeah, so the Trinidad and Tobago camp there, they're chirpy. A lot of talk taking place. Webster have been talking since morning. And well played there. And that's the single. It brings up the 300 for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force.
That is overboard.
So if they had started the morning and said they would have gotten to 300 on day one, I think Darren Bravo would have taken that. The way they've gotten there, though, he would not have accepted it. But in the end, it's also showed good character by the team.
Yeah, definitely spot on with that. Showing the character of the players. Of course, it's second to last, playing last place on the table. So really still have to come out there and put your best foot forward. And these guys have shown good character. And they've done well to get that score up to 300.
Well, you wouldn't believe it. With the new ball taking just about, the new ball just 6 overs old. Guess who's going to bowl? Well, it's going to be Royal to continue. So definitely this batting pair has definitely won that battle, because they would have thought that when they had gotten the wicket of Terrence Hines in the second over with this new ball, that it would have been wrapped up shortly after that.
Yeah, definitely on spot with that point, Gordon. And Jiva Royal now from the southern end.
Redskin, come in that circle.
The front line spinner, let us stay up, man.
I can't follow completely.
Huh?
See, hearing in the stump mics, the keeper saying, your front line spinner, you got to bring in men.
Yo.
And you see Blackwood responding. So Thomas just giving him some advice. Blackwood deciding that, hey, we're going to get men into your eye line, on the eye line. So you're going to be seeing fielders all around you. Shannon Gabriel, though, he's on 9 and looking to get into double figures. He's accomplished mission number 1.
Yeah, let's see how he goes against Jiva Royal here, though.
vex with
Take your time, Ryan and boys.
So this is an interesting matchup.
yeah.
And he just plays it out into the covers, and they're through for a single.
Try. Let's go for the stump. Go back. Back shit. Ryan, let's go.
So they're milking them here.
Santa? Similar thing, Ryan. Don't change not for this morning.
So Anderson Phillip, he's on 62. Loud appeal, going down the leg side.
Yeah, Philip looking to go downtown with that delivery. Immediately prompts a field change. The man from under the bat has come out.
Well, he's connected a couple that's gone all the way. So they'll know that he can hit it.
So no one in close on the leg side, saving a single.
Oh!
Everyone back on the boundary, deep backward square, deep mid wicket. Man at corner, long on, long off. Man on the extra cover boundary.
Not quite sure if that's the correct tactic, because you're just offering up the single. Yeah, and he's able to just get that single.
Ryan, don't change Ryan. Put normal.
And Shannon Gable just has 4 deliveries to negotiate. I mean, 2 deliveries to negotiate. The score is going up to 302 for 9. Also important, the rest of overs, the overs remaining, coming down.
And that's the end. Gabriel with a heave and has his stumps hit by Jiva Royal. So at the end of the Red Force's first innings, it's 302 all out. Anderson Phillip remains unbeaten on 63. Gabriel, the last man out, bowled by Jiva Royal for 10. And go ahead and give us your thoughts on this batting performance.
Well, it's a batting performance that really, it was a tale of 2 cities, if you can call it that. It started awfully with the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, where they were 44 for 4 with their top order back in the hutch. But then a bit of a recovery between Webster and De Silva that pushed the total up to 112 with a good partnership. Then there was 3 quick wickets, and the Red Force found themselves stuttering at 119 for 7. And then a partnership between Hines, first it was Hines and Brian Charles leading a recovery, and then after that initial recovery partnership, a brilliant 100 partnership between Anderson Phillip, who remained not out, and Hines. So that pushed things on, and then after a small partnership at the end between Phillips and Gabriel, pushing Trinidad and Tobago past 300. So at the end of it, Trinidad and Tobago 302 all out. I think they'll just have about 1 over left to play in the day's play. So we go into the break. When we come back, we'll have the Jamaica reply. Welcome back to the Brian Lara Cricket Academy, where the news is that the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, after winning the toss and deciding to bat first, they've been bowled out for 302. Getting the top score for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force has been Terence Hines. He's top scored with 94. He got a good supporting knock from Anderson Phillip, who got 64, not out. Well, with just 1 over to play, we see the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force just having their final talk. Seals doing his recovery work. Their young West Indies fast bowler, as he continues his physiotherapy as he looks to return to full fitness. At the edge, just in front of him, the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force team, they're having their last minute instructions as they get ready to bowl what will be 1 over. You expect that over to be bowled by the speedster, Shannon Gabriel. Jamaica, they'll just be looking to get through this 1 over. The opening batters, Log, is there just at the edge waiting. That's Leroy Log, just waiting to go out and face what is going to be an interesting over there. He's going to be Tevin Glean is going to be his partner, as the umpires, they're already out. Of course, the cut-off time is 5:30. Lots of time to get that last over in. Judging from the warm-up, you're seeing it's going to be Anderson Phillip who's going to finish. I think he's definitely been rewarded for what was an excellent knock by him, as it seems that he's going to take the opening new cherry. It was an excellent knock by Phillip. So he's going to be coming in from the northern end. I think the whole of Trinidad and Tobago will be wanting him to get a breakthrough here. So Gilzini and Charles and Logs, sorry. So Anderson Phillip, who's going to take the new ball. Log is going to face Leroy Log. So Kadir, what do you expect will be the tactic for this 1 over? Short and fiery?
Yeah, well, definitely at least try to cause some problems for the batsman, at least to make them play first thing first, to bring those 3 slips, a gully, a short mid-off, mid-on, a bat pad on the leg side. So a lot of close-in fielders. Imran Khan is now coming into a short mid-wicket. And also Jism Mohammed is going to a backward point. So rightly so, an attacking field for Anderson Phillip, fresh from his 62 not out.
It's just straying into the legs. It's been clipped off the leg. It's going to go pretty close to the boundary fence. The fielder going all the way. And they come back.
Yeah. So they're able to complete 3 runs, both Log and Gilzine.
And you're seeing the wicketkeeper, Joshua De Silva, just signaling for the physiotherapist. He would have taken off his gloves on that return there as they came back for the third one there. And I think he just catch the ball around. The way he's ripping off that pad, it seemed like it's something serious.
Yeah, just an awkward bounce right in front of him. Had to clean up. And of course, he's going to go off the field. As we know, this is the final over of the day's play.
So it seemed to be something serious. He's not hesitated. And Captain Fantastic takes the pads. That's bravo. Seemed to be a dislocated finger. A bit of a freak accident there, really.
Yeah.
Be strange that the ball coming from so far, keeper. You just ripped off the gloves. Yeah, it seemed to be a dislocated finger. He's trying to probably put it back in place there. I know, yeah, you're seeing the pain. You're hearing him screaming out there. It will probably be back in place by now. Now, those dislocations, sometimes you could strap it on, you'll be back out on the field tomorrow morning. Let's look at it again. It was a good chase all the way down by Puran. Then look at the return here. Not sure if it's probably when he carried the ball onto the stumps. Because all looked well when he took the ball.
Yeah.
So we'll have a report on that for you. But it's Gui who's going to replace him.
So in the meanwhile, Bravo has taken the pads and the glove.
So Captain Fantastic, Darren Bravo, he bats some. We saw that he can bowl a bit. And it seems like he wants to take the gloves here. But he has taken it. But it's going to be Philip to continue. And there again, this one just clipped off the hip this time. Imran Khan is down there. Let's see. Oh, he's quite competent. Yeah, his glove work looks quite calm. We have to see when one pass goes past the edge. Hopefully he'll not be tested with one hitting the edge and he having to gather it.
I think that's going to be the real test.
But it's 2 balls. It seems to be easy going thus far. Both batters off the mark. Log on 3. Gilzine on 1. But it's Log who's going to face up to Anderson. Good delivery there by Anderson. He's forced the batter to play at everything. There we see Bravo just exciting himself a bit there. So it's going to be Philip here. And this one just coming off the edge. It goes behind square. They come through for 1. And Log sending back Geldine. It seems like he's had enough for the day. He said, you face those last 2 deliveries, chap.
Yeah, let me stay down on the non-strikers end and watch on.
The safest end. It's always tricky having to come and face 1 over at the end of a long day in the field.
Yeah, it's never easy coming out just for the 1 over. You never want that having to get dismissed. You never want that. You want to always keep them out.
Oh, that's a beautiful delivery.
Just when I was speaking about that.
Anderson Phillip crowning. What a day it's been for Anderson Phillip. And that seemed to be play for the day. The second to last delivery of the day's play. Looking to leave alone Gilzine just hitting the inside edge. It came back onto the stumps.
Yeah, caught in two minds, Tevin Gilzine, whether to play or to leave. It was on a good length from Anderson Phillip, and Gilzine has to go for just the one. And that's going to be stumps on day one here at the Brownlow Cricket Academy. And not a good way to go for Tevin Gilzine. No one ever wants to be put in a situation like this. And just as I was saying, you want to close up shop. Gilzine does the opposite.
Gilton in his mind will be saying Log was supposed to come back for 2 run all the runs chap. Well, he's have to think about that from the dugout, as it's 5 for 1. The Jamaica Scorpions in reply to Trinidad and Tobago 202 all out. What a day it's been for Anderson Phillip. He can do nothing wrong.
Yeah, exactly. Anderson Phillip, rightly so. Cupping all the applause from his teammates and the coaching staff. He's done excellently well. Anderson Phillip scored 63, not out when the Red Force batted, and now he's taken a wicket off the very first over of the Jamaica Scorpions response. So at the end of stumps, it's Jamaica Scorpions who close at 5 for 1. Remember, Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, they had 302 all out in their first innings. Just to run through the scorecards for the TNT Red Force batting, as it started this morning with debutant Kamil Puran being handed his cap. It was him and Vikash Mohan right on the top of the order. Puran went first, bowled by Makino Minley for 8. Vikash Mohan went, caught the wicketkeeper Thomas, bowled Shields for 7. Darren Bravo was caught. Jermaine Blackwood bowled Deval Green for 18. Chase Mohammed was caught by Deval Green, bowled Java Royal for 3. Tion Webster played well. He was bowled by Makino Minley for 30. Joshua De Silva caught Mansing, bowled Green for 39. Imran Khan was bowled by Deval Green for 5. Terrence Hines was LBW for 94. Brian Charles caught Thomas, bowled Mansing for 9. Anderson Phillip was not out on 63, and Shannon Gabriel was the last man out, bowled by Java Royal for 10. So that's the game as it stands. The Trinidad and Tobago Red Force winning the toss this morning and batting first, getting to 302, Gordon, and it's been a very, very enthralling day of cricket here.
Yes, definitely it's been an enthralling day of cricket. At the end of the day's play, though, the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, they will think they have a slight advantage. But you want to find out the result? Join us tomorrow at 10 a.m. as we get ready for day 2 in this final round match of the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force up against the Jamaican Scorpions. From all of us here, I want to wish you good evening and have a blessed one.